from you know,
This meeting is being recorded.
to assist you with everything from getting registered for the MCAT and locating preparation materials to applying to medical school with AMCAS. I do encourage all of you, if you have questions as we're going through, please jot them down, and at the end we'll have some time for Q&A, and I will do my very best to answer your questions or to uh, get it to make sure that I get in touch with someone to follow up with you about your question. Alrighty, so if that sounds good to everyone, we're gonna go ahead and hop on in. So, if you haven't heard of the AAMC or maybe aren't sure of what we do, we are a nonprofit organization that focuses on transforming healthcare in four primary mission areas: medical education, medical research, healthcare, and community collaborations. Our mission is to lead and serve the academic medicine community to improve the health of all. The AAMC works through many different avenues to support and facilitate medical education. And one of the ways we do that is by providing services and tools for pre-medical students, medical students, and residents. So here you'll see the pathway to medical school, but you should definitely know there isn't a certain timeline or order in which you have to complete these requirements. On the next slide, we'll talk a little bit more about how everyone's path is different. Okay, so as you could see, the difference from the last slide to this one, on the first slide, it was, very nice, neat, orderly timeline. But here you see that there are many different routes that you can take to arrive at the same destination of going to medical school. And so we really encourage, especially, over the past few years in navigating the pandemic and just everything that's come with it, everyone has to really follow the path that makes the most sense for them, with regards to, how their life is set up, and what their needs are and what their goals and motivations are. So I encourage each of you, if you're on this path, make sure that you understand your why and your what, and you will be able to figure out the how, as long as you continue to tap into the many resources around you, such as this wonderful program. And hopefully, you'll continue to see us at the AAMC as a resource as well. So this slide right here just gives you kind of an overview. It's a hub for the presentation. It kind of gives you foreshadowing to everything that we're gonna cover today. So as you can see, we do have a full agenda, so I'm gonna keep it moving. Alrighty, so throughout the presentation, we'll have some testimonials from different medical students. Um, and the first one here is Mike, and he's a student at the John A. Burns School of Medicine in Hawaii. Prior to applying to medical school, Mike was a volunteer EMT and firefighter. Through those experiences, he talked about how many of the 911 calls he responded to were from people in rural communities who needed regular health care. However, they were using 911 emergency like many of us use a doctor's visit. Through this experience, Mike witnessed the need for primary physicians and healthcare providers on a regular basis. Initially, he said, I didn't think that I could become a physician. I didn't know any native Hawaiian doctors, and I thought that people from my background didn't do well in higher education. So to get started, we definitely encourage you to work with your pre-health and/or academic advisors to develop an academic program that meets your pre-medical and other school-specific degree requirements. If you don't have a pre-health advisor, the NAHP, which is the National Association for Advisors of the Health Professions, can connect you with one. So one of the first resources that we encourage um, learners and anyone on the path to medicine to partake in from the AAMC is our AAMC Premed Navigator newsletter. This is a monthly newsletter that provides information about important topics, resources, tips, and key dates for aspiring physicians. And so as we, with this presentation, some of the framing is thinking about how things have changed with COVID, and I would say that being registered for the Navigator is a great way to continuously get updates about programs or services. And so I definitely want to encourage everyone to, make sure that if you're not already getting this monthly newsletter, that you go ahead and register for it. And you are able to view all past articles, and you can subscribe by visiting aamc.org / Premed Navigator. So another one of our wonderful resources is Aspiring Docs. And this is a way to hear directly from students who've been, where you are and who are now where you're trying to go. So it's a great way to get information and inspiration to help you get started and to keep you motivated on your path to medicine. Because as we know, the journey isn't necessarily it definitely requires a lot of you. And so it's important to find constant sources of inspiration and to continue to be motivated by your internal passions and pursuit in terms of how you wish to impact the world via medicine. With our Aspiring Docs resource, we have fact sheets, resource articles, inspiring stories, and our Aspiring Docs Diaries blog series. This is written by actual medical school students, residents, and pre-med students. The fact sheets are one of our most popular resources because they provide quick yet thorough information about topics like shadowing a doctor, preparing for the Mcat, making the most of a gap year, and what's it like to see a patient for the first time. All of these resources can be found at aamc.org / aspiring docs. So, I'm sure you're probably wondering, like, why do we talk about Mike and how are we going to bring this back around? So, here with our Anatomy of an Applicant resource, it really helps to take someone with a story like Mike and to help them contextualize, what does that mean in terms of how you're becoming prepared for medical school and the experience that you're gaining. So, the experience that Mike had with patient interaction as an EMT was tremendously valuable, right? And impacted his decision to become a doctor. But you may be wondering, how do you communicate your own experiences, such as being an EMT or volunteering onto your application? In addition to your GPA and test scores, a lot of medical schools are progressing to competency-based admissions. This means that they evaluate you based on your experiences, goals, and proficiency in the 15 core competencies listed here that demonstrate your preparedness for medical school. Now, many applicants do wonder, what is a competency and how do I demonstrate it on my application? So after hearing such questions, we did create this Anatomy of an Applicant website. It defines these 15 core competencies that medical schools look for in applicants and gives you tools and examples for how to develop them. On the next slide, we're going to talk a little bit more about the Anatomy of an Applicant resources. So, in order to show how successful applicants have demonstrated the competencies, we interview real medical students, their pre health advisors, and the admissions officers who accepted them. On the Anatomy of an Applicant website, you're able to read stories from medical students and understand how they demonstrated the core competencies during their path to medicine and in their medical school applications. You'll also get the perspectives of their pre health advisors and, of course, again, the admissions officers who admitted them into their programs. You'll also find information on the website about parts of the application, and you can complete a workbook with self assessment worksheets, which help you identify which competencies you are already demonstrating and how to capture that on your application. And so, really, I like to really take a moment and highlight this resource because, you know, with you all participating in Doctors on Board or community health internship, you're undoubtedly gaining a lot of experience, and you'll be able to gain a lot of the experience that feed into the competencies for medical schools just through these experiences alone. And I'm sure that you're partaking in others, on your campuses or in your communities. And so, it's one thing to gain experience, but it's the other thing entirely to make sure that you're able to communicate the value of that experience and how it did prepare you to take that next step to becoming a medical student. So I really want to encourage you as you are, partaking in these opportunities, maybe at the end of this experience with the Doctors on Board and community health internship, take some time, sit down with these worksheets from Anatomy of the Applicant and really, you know, dig into what did I gain from this? What did I learn? What did I understand better about myself? How did it reinforce my desire and my motivation to pursue medicine? Because the more you're able to start writing those things down now, by the time you get to your application, you'll already have all the components. You'll just have to go ahead and continue to, you have to go ahead and input them into your actual application. But it's great to go ahead and get a jump start on really fleshing out those experiences now, so that later on you're not trying to remember everything that you learned and everything that you gained from an experience. And to access this, you can simply navigate to aamc.org/competencies. So now we know to be a competitive applicant, many often question, do I need to shadow a doctor? And while it is true that shadowing a doctor is great experience and exposes you to patient care in a clinical setting, while also giving you an idea of the day-to-day demands of a medical career, it's not the only way that you can gain experience for medical school. So, in this section, we're going to talk about a few other ways that you can gain that medically related experience. Alrighty, so many students understand, of course, the value of getting hands on experience in the health professions like shadowing, volunteering, working in a lab, or being a medical scribe. If you are searching for a program that prepares you for a successful matriculation into health profession schools, I definitely encourage you to check out the Summer Health Professions Education Program. Better known as SHPP, this free program has strengthened students' academic proficiency and career development for students underrepresented in the health professions for over 30 years. Funded by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, SHPP is a free 6-week transformative summer experience for college first and second year students interested in the health professions. The program offers opportunities to explore a range of health careers, including dentistry, medicine, nursing, optometry, so on and so forth. Furthermore, the program does prepare scholars for a successful application to health profession schools. SHPEP scholars have a legacy of success, with over 65% of scholars who apply to medical or dental school being accepted. Hosted at 12 universities across the U.S., students are provided with academic enrichment in the basic sciences and math, clinical experiences, career development activities, learning and study skills seminars, and financial planning. With a focus on improving access to information and resources for college students, SHPP offers students a variety of fun and enriching academic and career experiences. Again, this program is for college first and second year students who have a strong interest in the health professions. Potential applicants must have 60 college credits or less, a GPA of at least 2.5, and be a U.S. citizen, permanent resident, and or an individual granted deferred action for childhood arrivals or DACA status. One recommendation letter and a personal statement is also required in the application process. And the SHPP application window typically runs, pardon, typically runs from the beginning of November to the beginning of February. And you can always visit shpp.org for more information and to apply. So on this slide, you'll just see a few other ways that you can gain medically related experience. And remember, you can always find other summer enrichment opportunities by visiting um, HTT. Well, this website here at the bottom of the screen, it's a database wherein you can search for different summer enrichment opportunities by location, by length of the program, by your grade level. And so it's a really great resource that I always want to make sure that learners are utilizing. Okay, so we've talked about, where to start, and then we talked about getting experience for medical school. So now we're going to talk about, what to do when you're ready to apply. So when you are ready to apply to medical school, you'll see that the application process encompasses, quite a few different things from choosing which schools to apply to preparing for the MCAT, filling out the application, and of course, covering the expenses related to the application process. So again, the process of applying to medical school has a financial component, as I'm sure everyone is aware of. Taking the MCAT exam and the application process have a cost associated with them, but the AAMC firmly believes that the cost of applying to medical school should never be a deterrent from becoming a doctor. So that's why we have the fee assistance program. Before registering for your MCAT exam or applying to medical school, let me say that one more time. Before registering for your MCAT exam or applying to medical school. And I'll also say, well, I'll wait to say that. But if you can before you register for the MCAT or apply, we definitely encourage you to explore the AAMC's Fee Assistance Program. This program assists those who, without financial assistance, may be unable to sit for the MCAT or apply to medical school with the Amcas application or use some of our many other AAMC resources. And so on this slide, you're going to see that there are a number of benefits that are included with the fee assistance program, including reduced MCAT fees, free MCAT prep materials, a free subscription to the medical school admissions requirements online database, a waiver for the cost of the AMCAS application, and AMCAS fees for up to 20 medical school designations, and a waiver for AAMC preview exam registration fees. And so to kind of like refer back to the last slide for a moment, this is one of the reasons why we do emphasize applying to fee assistance or applying for fee assistance before you register for the MCAT, because unfortunately benefits are not retroactive. So if you're already registered for the MCAT and then you get awarded fee assistance because you applied afterward, we wouldn't be able to, reimburse you the cost of the MCAT registration. So, please, if you haven't reached that point of sitting for the MCAT, applying yet, make sure that early enough in your process that you explore the fee assistance program, check out the qualifications, which I'm going to go over in a second. But definitely apply, because there's no limit to how many of these awards we give out. As long as you qualify and submit a completed application during the application window, chances are, and again, meet the criteria, chances are you're going to be awarded. And there's so many benefits that come with the fee assistance program that I just always want everyone that may qualify to just get every single one of them. I mean, it's also good to apply and learn about whether or not you've received the fee assistance program before you take the MCAT, because we also provide you our free MCAT preparation materials. And so, what I like to tell people is that we are the ones who write the exam and who develop the MCAT. And so if there are preparation materials out there that, not to say that there aren't other people that have, resources that are good, but I like to go to the source for my information. So I would encourage you to do the same. Um, and additionally, if you are planning to apply for testing accommodations for the MCAT, the fee assistance program does grant you a stipend for an updated psychoeducational or medical evaluation if necessary, depending upon the condition for which you are applying for accommodations. If you were to use all of the benefits available to you with the fee assistance program award, you would save more than $2,000. And again, for me, I always am gonna applaud money saved. So it's definitely worth investigating to see if you are eligible for this program. And as you can see, well, the website is on the next slide, so I'll go ahead. So here, in addition to the website at the bottom to find out more about the fee assistance program, you also see the program's eligibility information. To be eligible for the fee assistance program, you must have a US based home address. And I'm going to point this out because this is actually one of the recent changes that was made to the program. At one point, eligibility for the fee assistance program was tied to citizenship or, residency status in the U.S. But now, in order to make sure that we're able to service an even greater number of learners, we open it up so that you just have to have a U.S. based home address. Now, you do have to be a approval for the program is tied directly to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services poverty level guidelines. So there is a financial component, and that's just really for us to ensure that um, the individuals that really need these resources are getting them. So that again, we have as many of the resources to go around as possible. Now, unlike some federally funded programs, the Fee Assistance Program does not draw distinctions based on dependent or independent tax status. Therefore, parental financial information and supporting tax documentation are required for applicants under age 26. And so that was also another change recently, just making sure that um, once you hit a certain age, we don't require the parent tax or financial information, and also know that we understand that family structures are different for everyone. So if there's any sort of reason why you may not have access to your parental financial information or tax documentation for for any number of reasons, we encourage you to reach out to the Fee Assistance Program team. And again, you can find all information on the website listed here. But just know that don't see any of these requirements and feel like you're automatically counted out. We always encourage applicants, potential fee assistance program applicants, to reach out to us so that we can work with you and make sure that we're understanding your particular situation in order to make the most informed decision possible with regards to sharing these resources. Now, it is free to apply for the program. So, again, I'm going to encourage you to apply. For more information, head to aamc.org/FAP to review the website, take a look at the essentials, and to determine your eligibility and get answers to any other questions you may have. Alrighty. So as you think about, applying to medical school and, thinking about, of course, the MCAT, you're probably also thinking, how do I prepare for it? And, given all of the other demands on your time, it can be hard to balance it all. So here we have Daryl Fields, a current medical student from the University of Wisconsin, Madison School of Medicine and Public Health, who encourages students to develop good study skills. There's no perfect way to study, so experiment until you find one. And again, this tracks back to, even what I was saying earlier about the process of applying to medical school in general. Um, this whole process is going to be individualized to an extent, so you have to do what works best for you and your learning style and how you retain information. So let's talk a little bit more about the MCAT. The MCAT exam is a standardized, computer based multiple choice exam taken at a testing center. Almost all US and some Canadian medical schools require you to submit recent MCAT scores with your application. The exam tests you on the knowledge and skills medical school students, faculty, and residents have identified as key prerequisites for success in medical school and the practice of medicine. It specifically also assesses your problem solving and critical thinking skills, as well as your knowledge of scientific concepts and principles necessary to the study of medicine. The content of the exam is broken down into four multiple choice sections. There's no writing section on the MCAT. The four sections include two natural sciences sections, a behavioral and social sciences section, and a critical analysis section. The sections test content found in introductory to biology, physics, psychology, sociology, in addition to introductory general and organic chemistry and first semester biochemistry. The exam does take about 7.5 hours to complete, which includes everything from checking out and taking breaks. And as I'm sure you all may be aware of, over the course of the pandemic, um, with different changes to um, COVID guidelines and testing centers, we are committed to providing the most current updates on being able to test depending on location for the MCAT. And so the best way to stay up to date on what's happening with this exam is to, again, make sure that you are signed up for the Premed Navigator. If you're registered for the exam and there are changes, keep a look on your email address. Or on your email inbox, because the team definitely makes sure that they communicate any updates via email. And of course, you can always check our website, which has, um, again, the most up to date information about processes and things that may change due to ongoing COVID guidance. So now MCAT scores are released 30 to 35 days after you take the exam. You will receive five scores, four individual section scores, and one total score. Your section scores will be added together to create your total score. The ranges for each section and the total score are listed here. Alrighty, so now to the $1 million question. When is the right time to take the MCAT? And the short answer is really when you are ready. But we also have a few questions, guiding questions to help you think about when that may be. So, first, when do you want to apply to medical school? Many examinees take their MCAT exam in the same year that they are also applying. Are you familiar with MCAT content? Do you understand it and feel comfortable with the content? The MCAT exam doesn't have any required course you need to take before registering, but if you feel you need more time to prepare based on what is tested on the exam, consider a date later in the testing year. Will you need to retake the exam? And of course, no one likes to go into it thinking about retaking the exam. But if you believe or just want to ensure that you have some extra cushion in terms of taking the exam, getting scores, maybe wanting to retest, then we definitely want to encourage you to look at an exam date earlier in the testing year. As we said, most students do take the MCAT during the same year that they're applying for medical school. And while the Amcas application typically opens up in May, and you do have until, and medical school admissions are on a rolling basis, it is advised that you're able to get your application and the components of your application in as early as possible. So of course your MCAT scores are going to factor into that. And while you can put in the application and MCAT scores be received later, it's just also it's good to plan ahead so that you can make sure everything is taken care of by the time you do want to submit that application. Now, a few other things to keep in mind. There are a limited number of times you can take the exam. In a single testing year, you're only permitted to take the MCAT 3 times. Over 2 consecutive testing years, you can only test 4 times. In a lifetime, you are permitted to take the exam a total of 7 times. And so, with that, this is also why we say take the MCAT when you're ready, because it really is a matter of making sure that you're being intentional with those, with each time that you may decide to take the exam. So now, to help you get started in your preparation for the MCAT, one way is to create a study plan. And a study plan helps to keep you on track and organized. The AAMC has a free 6 step guide to help you do just that, which includes worksheets and suggested resources to help you throughout your preparation. It also includes some suggestions of study strategies you can begin to employ now and throughout your preparation. And sometimes it can also be helpful to see how others approach studying for the exam. So we also have a resource that highlights 21 different past MCAT examinees' study schedules, strategies, and tips for how they prepared and what they learned along the way. Further, we have other resources and practice products to help you throughout the process. Here you can see some of these resources that AAMC makes available either free or low cost. These include study resources such as the Khan Academy MCAT collection and practice sets, full-length exams, and inspiring stories. And I really, 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 again, want to encourage you to look at our prep materials because they are extensive And again, they speak directly to the nature of the exam. And you can find all of those materials here at aamc.org/MCAT prep. All right, next I wanted to go over our accommodations process. The AMC is committed to providing all individuals with opportunities to demonstrate their proficiency on the MCAT exam. That includes ensuring access to persons with disabilities in, in accordance with relevant law. If you are a student who has a disability or medical condition that requires an adjustment to standard testing conditions, we encourage you to apply for testing accommodations. A decision on most requests will be made within 60 days of receipt of a complete application. There's a lot of good information on the MCAT website around application timeframes and accommodation types, application requirements, how to apply, and what to do once you receive your decision. Our online system, the Mcat Accommodations Online, provides a secure online method for submitting applications and supporting documentation. The system also maintains a record of decision letters and provides our review cycle dates and other important deadlines. Please pay close attention to the application submission dates for your preferred test date so you can receive a determination in time for your exam. Now, let's take a moment to see what one physician has said about the application process. Like many applicants, Rose worried about not having a perfect GPA or a particularly high MCAT score. But she said, during my interviews, no one asked me about my unbalanced MCAT score or the C grades in my transcript. They were more interested in learning about my strengths and the strategies that I use to overcome challenges. Her advice for applicants is to choose schools with missions that align with your own. My school is focused on rural, underserved communities, and that resonated for me. So it goes without saying, but every medical school is different. And on average, applicants will apply to about 17. But with so many different programs to choose from, how does one determine where to apply? Keep in mind that just like every applicant is different and has their own story and experiences, each medical school is different as well, with its own mission and culture. You can view each medical school's mission statement and a ton of other information for free within the AMC's medical school admissions requirements, which describes the medical school's teaching philosophy, their core values, and what they are looking for in their applicants. It can be helpful to think about what you're looking for in terms of your own goals and values and to compare, do they align with the medical schools you're looking at? The medical school admissions requirements resources can help you prepare for the application process and ultimately choose where you're going to apply. So when you get to the point when you are making your decisions about where to apply, it can be tempting to focus only on academic requirements and medical school stats. But remember, this is where you're going to spend at least 4 years, and there are so many other factors to consider. With the MSAR, you can search for schools by location, median MCAT, or GPA, and then review school-specific data, save and rank favorites, save notes on each school, and review pre-medical coursework. Subscribers can also view complete school data, including things like student data, volunteer experiences, and median MCAT scores. You can even compare medical schools side by side. And we also offer the official guide to medical school admissions, which is a chapter guidebook which outlines the admissions process, but also highlights other things like medical career options, how to prepare for medical school, and what med students study. We often recommend looking into this resource early in your process to get a handle on what's involved and to develop your own application timeline. It also includes access to PDF worksheets. You can find this and all of the other MSAR resources I just covered online at aamc.org/MSAR. Alrighty, so this is one of our newer services at the association. and it is related to the move in the medical school community, the medical education community rather, to assess candidates and applicants holistically. And so to provide even better care for patients, we understand that the next generation of doctors must understand far more than chemistry and human anatomy. They will need to provide compassionate care that nurtures their patient's mind and body, collaborate effectively with multidisciplinary medical teams, and navigate emotional, cultural, and ethical challenges with resiliency. The AAMC designed the preview exam to look beyond academic metrics to assess core personal skills such as resilience, service orientation, ethics, and teamwork. When combined with other parts of the admissions process, preview scores provide medical school staff with a more complete view of an applicant. Preview is designed to measure examinees' understanding of effective pre-professional behaviors across 8 of AAMC's core competencies for entering medical students, represented here in this image. As a product of its design, the preview score is a proxy for these competencies. It cannot tell us exactly how a person will behave in a given context, but rather information about the extent to which they know whether a behavior is effective or ineffective in a given situation. It reflects someone's potential or capacity to learn and develop in these competency areas, which is a necessary precursor to engaging in effective behavior. The AAMC preview exam was designed with our applicants in mind. The exam takes approximately 75 minutes to complete and offers the convenience of testing at a location of your choosing, such as your home or a local library, while maintaining a high level of security with live, remote, human proctoring. This also means that you will be able to contact someone in a timely manner and receive immediate support to minimize disruptions to your completion of the exam. The preview exam can only be taken on a desktop or a laptop. So please do not attempt to take preview on your cell phone or tablet. Please verify that your device meets the workspace and computer requirements prior to taking the exam. We also recommend that you download the ProctorU extension to access your live remote exam proctor prior to your scheduled exam date. There's a flat fee for AAMC preview examinees, which includes unlimited score distribution to participating schools. The fee structure will provide a significant value for most medical school applicants who apply to 8 or more schools. Additionally, examinees who are approved to receive benefits from the AAMC Fee Assistance Program will have this fee waived. The preview exam testing window begins in late June and concludes in October. And if anyone was in the process. I don't think maybe anyone's in the process of applying to medical school right now, but just in case you were, preview is not being utilized by every medical school just yet. There are about 18 schools right now that are utilizing preview exam scores, and most are either requiring or just strongly suggesting. But either way, when you are ready to apply, make sure that you are looking at the medical schools that you're going to be applying to see if they're utilizing the preview scores and to utilize that to also determine when you need to register. Preview registration for summer and early fall testing dates did just open this past week. Alrighty, so to to develop the score for the preview exam, the AAMC did collaborate with medical educators, faculty, including faculty, admissions officers, and student and diversity affairs officers to develop the scoring rubric. Your preview score is based on how closely your effectiveness ratings for the responses align with medical educators' ratings. Full credit is awarded for a response if your rating matches the medical educator's rating. Partial credit is awarded if your rating is close to what the medical educator rated. Your preview score will appear on your score report as a single number between 1 and 9, along with your percentile rank, comparing your scores to other examinees who also completed it. So I won't go through all of this verbatim, but this is what a typical preview exam session looks like. So as you can see, you'll have your check-in, then going through just kind of some housekeeping logistical pieces, your actual exam time, and then there's some pieces on the back end to just close out. Now, we are continuing to provide students with free preparation resources for a preview. These include an examinee preparation guide as well as a practice exam booklet. The preparation guide provides advice and strategies for completing the exam. Our practice exam booklet includes a full length practice exam with scoring key and rationales for all items. This is intended to help examinees become familiar with the format of the exam, types of scenarios used to evaluate their understanding of the pre professional competencies, and process for evaluating responses. We encourage you to review the Prepare for the AAMC Preview Exam page to locate these resources and to check this page regularly for updates to our suite of preview prep materials. And you can find everything related to AAMC Preview at aamc.org/preview. So here, Deidre from the University of Virginia School of Medicine says, you don't have to be a perfect applicant in every category, but the personal statement is very important. So now we're going to dive into the application process. Um, so let's go ahead and move right on there. So AMCAS, which is the American Medical College Application Service, is a little like the Common App that many of you may have used when applying to college. You will complete one application. AMCAS will verify and process your submitted application and then will send it to your designated medical schools electronically. AMCAS also distributes your letters of evaluation and your MCAS scores directly to the medical schools as well. So here's a look at the application timeline, which we refer to as the AMCAS application cycle. And one of the most important things to understand as soon as possible with the application cycle for AMCAS is that it refers to the year that you wish to start medical school. So for instance, at the beginning of May, when the AMCAS cycle opens up, it's going to be the 2023 AMCAS cycle, and that's because if you're applying during this cycle, you're looking to begin your studies in medical school fall 2023. The AMCAS cycle does start in May of every year. However, medical schools won't begin receiving process applications until late June. Once your process application is sent, medical schools will begin their review process, which usually involves secondary applications and in person interviews. And that even though it says in person, or I'm saying in person interviews, just also be aware that that is even something that could vary institution to institution. Again, as COVID continues to evolve and whatever and however it continues to evolve, but just be aware that medical schools will set those types of policies and processes, not us necessarily. Now, do keep in mind that medical school admissions are rolling, which we talked about. So just make sure that you're aware of the application deadlines for your particular um, medical schools that you're interested in, because official transcripts must be received by AMCAS within 14 calendar days of a medical school's deadline. These deadlines are detailed in the medical school section of the application as well as on our website. The information requested of you in the AMCAS application is relatively straightforward. However, it is very detailed. So know that completing your AMCAS application will take time. Here on this slide, I won't bore you by reading this all to you, but you do have the various components of the AMCAS application. And in particular, I typically like to hone in on the areas highlighted in green as they do take a bit more, they require a bit more nuance and a bit more planning in order to respond and to complete those sections. In the coursework section, you'll have to enter every college level course you've attempted or completed. An official transcript is also required from each um, institution where you took such a course. So requesting these transcripts early is super helpful. And requesting an official transcript for yourself is also typically helpful when completing this section, because you'll want to make sure that whatever you input as course titles, that it aligns with what's going to show up on your transcript instead of using shorthand or things like that. The work and activities is designed to give you the opportunity to highlight your work experience, extracurricular activities, awards, or publications. You may add up to 15 entries in this section and can select up to 3 experiences as the most meaningful, which you'll be able to reflect on in writing. Last but not least, your personal comments, essay, or your personal statement will also take some time to draft and finalize. As Deirdre pointed out, this is an important part of the application process because it's really your first chance to convey to medical schools why medicine. But remember, there isn't a formula for your essay or a right way to craft it. It should be unique to you and your story. And I do want to pause for a second here. And I know that we're kind of running low on time, but I do like to emphasize that, um, your journey, where you come from, how that's motivating you to go into medicine and to, go out into the world and make your impact. All of those things are valuable. There's power in your story, and I encourage each and every one of you to own your story, and to convey that as you need to when you're completing your personal statements. All right, I'm sorry, I'm hearing someone is.
Okay, that's me. I thank you.
Yes.
Carolyn, we
Yes,
want to
I'm
say,
here.
okay, we ready to switch. I think he's completed the presentation.
Uh, oh no,
Oh,
no.
oh,
I mean, I have a few more slides, but I can
oh,
wrap
oh,
up if you need
no, no, no. I
to.
thought you was wrapping up.
Okay. Oh no, no. I
Sorry about
just
that.
want. That's okay.
Sorry about
I
that.
just, I just like to emphasize that piece about the personal statements, but we are gonna keep it moving. Here, I just want to highlight that in terms of completing the application, you are again not on your own. We have video tutorials. On our YouTube channel, we have an applicant guide and a ton of frequently asked questions to help you navigate the application. We also have an amazing contact center that you can call into anytime you have questions about AMCAS and MCAT. The next piece I'm actually gonna kind of gloss over a bit. This is kind of showing you some of our resources that we have for our first program, which is our financial information resources, scholarships, and tools. Resources, services, and tools. And first is a great place to understand the different financial components of attending medical school. We also have our financial wellness program to make sure that you are financially literate and understanding about topics such as budgeting, taxes, and insurance. Last but not least, just highlighting some places where you can continue to get your questions answered, even when you're not sitting in a session like this one with AAMC staff. So our Premed Resources Hub, this is a one-stop shop that we did launch over the course of the pandemic to ensure that um, aspiring doctors, pre-med students, advisors have access to our resources because we haven't been able to go out and travel and, speak to people in person. So the Pre-Med Resources Hub is where you can find webinars, guides, and it mirrors the journey of applying to medical school so that you can find information in a sequence format. Everything isn't just kind of thrown there together. It's a great resource. I encourage you to navigate there, aamc.org/premed resources, to really get an idea of, again, all of our resources, to find more information and to figure out how to contact us if need be. Um, I'm going to kind of gloss over the integrated learner services. Our student and resident website is another place that I want you all to become familiar with and comfortable with. This is a great starting point no matter what phase of the journey you are in. And you can always search for information or use the menu to navigate to topics you want to learn more about. Alrighty, as we round out, I know I gave you a ton of website links throughout the presentation. And so just in case you didn't have a chance to jot them all down, feel free to take a picture of this slide or something. I'll pause for just a brief second so that you can capture that information because this has every link that was shared during the presentation. And I can always come back there if need be. Last, here's some more contact information. Feel free to jot that down. And I'm trying to get rid of this screen. Um, and most of all, okay, there we go. Cancel. Okay, I don't think I'm sharing my screen anymore. Last but not least, I want to wish all of you the best of luck on your journey. Again, know that who you are and where you're coming from is valued, is necessary, and is needed in the field and practice of medicine. And I hope that you all go as far as your heart and your dreams will take you, and even beyond that to the things that you have yet to accomplish that you aren't even aware of. I'm now open for questions. Sorry, I'm only giving you a few minutes for questions, but wanted to make sure you all got as much information as possible. So thank you.
Carolyn, maybe I can push through, thank you, Brandon. Maybe I can push through a couple of the quick questions, and then if we still have time, they can ask. First of all, I have 4 of you who have said you are applying this cycle. James, Candace, is it Ivana and Denise? Did I miss anybody else? Okay. And then they want to know, can we post this presentation on the PMF website?
Sure, and I can actually, yeah, trying to make sure I'm not on mute. Yes, I will get you a copy. We also have a version of this presentation posted to our site as well.
Okay.
So I will make sure that you all, if you go to the Premed resources page under webinars, it's listed right under there.
Okay. Okay. If you could, okay, so that's great. Someone wanted to know if there is a stipend or financial aid for the in-person interviews for travel.
So at this time, we do not offer any sort of stipend for in-person interviews. Um, that's not something that we do, but sometimes when applicants apply and receive the fee assistance program, then it often opens them up for other funding and resources from the potential medical schools that they're applying to. So that's something to be mindful of. Sometimes the schools themselves will offer additional supports and resources, if they see that you receive fee assistance.
Okay. And then the next question is, can they email you?
Oh, they absolutely can. And let me
Would you
drop
give
that
your,
in the chat.
provide your email address?
I absolutely will.
Okay, are you gonna
Please.
give it to them, or do you want me to give it to?
Oh,
It's
I
in the
dropped it in
chat.
the chat.
It's in the chat.
Yeah.
Thank you, Brandon.
Absolutely.
Okay. And then parent income, should you apply for the FAP or any of these programs under your parents' income, or got any information about the income thing?
Absolutely. So for the fee assistance program, you are required to, again, if you're under 26, to submit parental financial information and tax documentation. Again, there are some instances where people may not have contact with their parents, or sometimes parents may be reluctant with sharing some of that information. And so, if you have a more nuanced situation where you feel like being able to provide that parental information is going to be a burden or a hindrance, just get in touch with the fee assistance program team, and make them aware of what your scenario is, and they can work with you on how to make sure that you're still able to submit your application successfully. But I think that that's the only thing that I covered that may require parental information.
Okay, and there was a question about extracurricular activity. By the way, some of these will be also questions that you have will come up. You can bring them up at Princeton Review when they speak too. If you have extracurricular activity and you travel in another country, I mean, could you expand a little bit on extracurricular activity? That's important, I think.
Oh, it absolutely is, and I encourage all of you to be as involved as possible, but be involved with a purpose. It's not enough to, do 20 things and to learn nothing, right? So make sure that you are getting involved in your campus communities, in your local community, taking opportunities if you desire to study abroad or participate in different immersive experiences. Um, Again, it's really more than a quantity thing, it's really a quality thing. So if you are involved in three organizations or with three different projects for an extended amount of time versus being involved in 20 different things, then pretty sure you'll be able to speak about those three things in a way that someone that's involved in 20 is not really able to speak about those 20. So make sure that as you're seeking out opportunities and looking to engage in different service or extracurricular opportunities, that you're thinking about one, how does this support my development of who I am as a person, as a future professional? How does this feed my passions, my interests, my motivations, and what impact am I able to have through this involvement? It's okay to have some social extracurriculars, but make sure that you have a good mix. It's all about finding a good balance and making sure that, again, that
Okay, the
anything
gate
that
is
you are
open. Okay.
anything that you're doing has
Okay,
purpose.
wait a minute, I'm in a meeting.
I'm sorry,
I
Miss
gotta
Bella,
go.
I think that
I'm in
you're
a meeting.
off mute. But yeah, so just make sure that you're being intentional with your involvement and that it's speaking to, again, who you are as a person and what you're looking to accomplish.
Okay, I think it was time to start for the next session. Is there any burning questions that someone would like to ask Brandon before he leaves? That we didn't cover, or you just really need to answer this?
I have a question.
Okay, and if you could do it quickly.
You mentioned the preview exam. Is that separate from Casper and the Mcat that they're recently like a new like recommendation for the application?
Yes. So Casper and Preview um, are kind of similar in kind of like what they kind of test in terms of looking at more of those behavioral aspects of pursuing a medical career, pursuing a medical education. However, the exams are completely different. Of course, like been developing Preview over the past decade, and it is, as we continue to push and promote holistic admissions, that is another strategy that we envision as being a part of that. Preview is right now still kind of limited in terms of the number of schools that are either requiring or suggesting that a student takes it. So be sure to look at, especially for those of you that are applying this cycle, be sure to look at your schools and see if they are asking for a preview score, or if they're recommending that you take preview. But it is separate from MCAT entirely, and then it's has a similar spirit of Casper, but very different in its development and how it's being used in the medical education community as well.
Got it. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Anyone else have a burning question?
Just one quick question.
Okay.
Is there a deadline for the fee assistant program, depending on what cycle you're applying in?
So, I guess kind of yes, but not really. So the fee assistance program is open from the beginning of February until about mid-December, and you can apply for fee assistance whenever during that application window that you would like. But I encourage students to think about, okay, if I'm applying for this AMCAS cycle, then I probably either should have already applied for fee assistance, or I should begin that application in now, because chances are you are either already registered for MCAT, or you're getting ready to register, or something so forth. So really start at, when are you looking to apply to medical school, and work backward to develop your calendar. Okay, if I'm applying to medical school for fall 24, then I'm going to take the MCAT maybe early spring 23. So I need to apply for fee assistance by the end of fall 22. You see, I'm saying, so just be mindful of those things. And your fee assistance program benefits, I don't think I said this, but they're good until the end of the following year from which you applied from which you are approved for benefits. So if you get approved for fee assistance program benefits during this calendar year, you have until December 31st of 2023 to utilize them.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Brandon. That was wonderful. AAMC is like your go-to place. Just always know that. We so appreciate this.
Please.
I want to repeat two things. One, you are going to post this on the AAMC website. So we
Yes,
will
ma'am.
not, I guess, have it on our website. Okay,
I'll make sure I
understand.
send you the link. I'll send you the link though, so you
Okay,
can
you can
hyperlink
send us the
to it.
link and we'll post the
Yes,
link. That'll be fine.
absolutely.
That'll be just as fine. And then thank you again. And if you and he put his email in there, make sure that you put your name, your full name, and you can say Doctors on Board program or something to identify yourself in the subject line so he will know. This man gets hundreds of emails a day. Okay, so if you want to get a response, make sure you're communicating well. In fact, we're going to do a workshop called Communications 101 later on in the session. Thank you, Brandon. Thank you, guys.
Hey, Brandon,
And,
you hit it out of the park, Brandon. Great
Oh,
job.
thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Brooks, and thank you, Stefana. I really just applaud all of the work that you all are doing here with PMF, and I'm wishing the best for everyone here. I look forward to hearing from you and to supporting you on your journeys.
okay. Thank you, my dear. Okay. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Thank you, Brandon.
Okay, we're going to take a few minutes break. We were supposed to start back at 10:35. Let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back and start with the next panel, which is residents and medical students. Okay, so take a break. Thank you. Okay, so welcome back, everyone, to our next wonderful presentation, Dialogue with Residents and Medical Students. And the moderator is Dr. Uchenna Okoye, who actually helped develop and design and coordinate the first internship program that PMF had. So welcome, Dr. Okoye. And from that, we shall proceed with our next panel. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Stalfina. I'm really, really happy to be here this morning, and I welcome all of you pre-medical students, medical students, and residents. This is a phenomenal program that has been going on for a long time, and I'm really happy to be here this morning. So again, welcome. My name is Uchenna Okoye. I am a attending physician in psychiatry. I grew up in Inglewood, California. I hope that all of you guys know what that is. We had the Super Bowl in Inglewood this year. I'm also the daughter of Nigerian immigrants. I completed my undergrad at Columbia University in New York City. I then did post-baccalaureate coursework at San Francisco State University before I matriculated into the UCSF School of Medicine, where I got my MD. While in medical school, I got my master's in public health at the Harvard University School of Public Health. And then I completed my residency in psychiatry at the UCLA School of Medicine. So all over the place, but it's been a great experience. Now, the focus of today is our amazing medical students who are dynamic, accomplished. And so we're gonna start next by introducing all of them. So I'm gonna ask my medical students to please share your name, where you're from, your undergrad, your current medical school, and then the very important question of why did you choose to go into medicine? Let's go ahead and start with Limmy.
Hi, everybody. My name is Limi. I am from San Jose, California, but I was born in Ethiopia. I moved there when I was 4. For undergrad, I went to UC Berkeley, where I studied public health. I then spent 3 years working at a community health center before I started medical school this past August at UCLA, David Geffen School of Medicine. And my path to medicine sort of started at a young age. I had a general interest that was sparked further by seeing my family's experiences with the healthcare system and seeing how cultural and language barriers really had an effect on their health. really made me want to enter that space and be sort of like a pillar for my family, for my community, someone that they can come to who sort of understands where we're coming from. So that's sort of my path to medicine.
Thank you so much, Lemmy. Next, can we go with Ian?
Thanks, Dr. Okoye. What's up, y'all? My name's Ian. I'm a fourth year medical student at the UC Davis School of Medicine. I'm from Sacramento, California. Oh yeah, Monty Love, what up? Go Ags, happy to see everybody here. I like I said, from Sacramento, did my undergrad at UC Davis. And between UC Davis and medical school, I spent about 5 gap years. So like, y'all want to talk about gap years, hit me up. I spent a good amount of that playing professional football. I played football at Davis. So if there are any student athletes here, please hit me up as well. And then I matriculated to UC Davis School of Medicine in 2019. I chose medicine. I've always known I wanted to do medicine. My mom is a geriatrician, and so I'm privileged to be able to say that I've had medicine in my family growing up. But I think the biggest thing was kind of seeing how my dad interacted with the healthcare system. My dad is an immigrant from the Caribbean, and he deals with a lot of health issues that so many people that look like us deal with. And his interactions with the healthcare system made me realize how much more improvement there is to be had when it comes to the healthcare system interacting with Black and brown bodies. So I'm planning on applying into a general surgery with hopefully a future career in trauma and critical care. And I think that's all I have to say about me. Happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Ian. We're happy to have you. Next, Quentin.
Hey everyone, my name is Quentin Bubb. I'm a fourth year MD PhD student at Stanford Medical School. And for people who do MD PhD, fourth year usually translates to that I've done 2 years in medical school. I'm currently in my second year of the PhD. I went to Johns Hopkins for undergrad and studied biophysics there. But I'm originally from Brooklyn, New York, and my parents are from the Caribbean. And as far as like why I got involved in medicine and why I wanted to be a doctor, very similarly to Ian, I have family from the Caribbean, and on the island Grenada, things can be kind of tough on the medical front. So I always had been proximal to a lot of genetic diseases like sickle cell and things like that have been running in my family. And I since I always had an interest in science and medicine, I thought that being a physician would be a cool marriage of those interests, especially for a lot of the curative medicines that are coming out in this day and age. It might be a cool way to learn more about it and develop them myself. So I'm kind of still on the path, figuring out along the way, how things will go. But I definitely feel like I'm on the right track.
Thank you, Quentin. Next, Ziad, thank you very much for joining. So I'm asking you all to share your name, where you're from, your undergraduate institution, your current medical school, and then why did you choose to go into medicine?
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Ziad Johar. Again, apologies for coming in a little bit late. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I went to Emory for undergrad. I am at UCSF now for my MD PhD as well. I'm a fourth year. And the reason I chose to go into medicine was originally because I'm also a child of immigrants. My parents are from Eritrea, and my country also doesn't have very stable healthcare outcomes, and it was a very war-torn country, and I really wanted to go back there and work with refugee populations. And then I tacked on the PhD actually kind of serendipitously during college, and that's a whole story in and of itself if anyone has questions or wants to know more about MD PhD's pathway.
Thank you. And last but not least, Carly.
Hi, everyone. My name is Carly. I'm from West Covina, California. I did my undergraduate at San Francisco State University, and I will be attending UCSF starting this August. Thank you. I originally wanted to go into medicine, just kind of based off of interest in sort of like sports medicine and interest in like the human body in general. But I kind of got that final push or spark during some of my experiences getting treated for cancer. I had some good experiences and some like not as great experiences. But I think overall, the encouragement I got like from my physician and just like knowing what it feels like to be a patient really made me want to, you know, pursue that field and kind of give that to other people as well. So yeah, happy to be here.
Thank you so much, Carly. So one thing that every person on the panel has said is that part of why they went into medicine is because of their experiences and seeing the lack of care or quality care in their communities, in their home countries, and their desire to change that here in the US. And I appreciate that. And hopefully we'll have time to share a little bit more about that perspective myself. So we have a lot of students on this call, so I want to make sure that I can get to all of your questions. However, I'd like to start with 2 questions for our panelists. The first would be just, why did you choose your particular medical school? And we can start with Carly.
Sorry, I didn't know if we were choosing ourselves or if you were choosing, but I can start, I guess, since it's most recent for me. But yeah, a lot of reasons why I chose UCSF had to do with the school also, but also some things outside of school. I really wanted to prioritize, I guess if I could prioritize going to a school that was also in a location I knew I would enjoy. You know, I kind of have a support system in the city already because of going to undergrad there. And I thought that choosing somewhere that I'm familiar with and that I kind of, I guess, know how to be comfortable in would take me a long way in sort of the stress that is going to be medical school. So yeah, that's kind of all I'll say about that for now.
And Quentin, how about you?
For me, choosing Stanford came down to research opportunities and quality of life. I was really lucky to be considering a lot of programs that had very similar research environments, and for a lot of people who are choosing between schools, I think you'll find that oftentimes it could come down to like very soft factors that might sway you one direction or the other. But in the end, my gut feeling told me to choose Stanford because there are a lot of ways that students can take care of themselves here and a lot of resources dedicated toward that. And as a person who really values like, personal wellness, is something that I valued highly. Stanford has its internal issues, but despite that, the research environment has been very positive for me and kind of validated my decision after choosing here. And the weather as well. I was from the East Coast, so I was really tired of winter. So it really came down to, generally warm weather, most of the year. So that really factored in as well.
Okay. And can I get one more panelist to answer that question? Ian, go ahead.
As y'all will find out, I'm a Davis stan. I love UC Davis. Like I said, I'm a lifer. My mom did a residency here. My dad worked in the food service department at the medical center for 25 plus years. So like, I love this place. Like Quentin said, like, I don't think you're going to find a place that's without its issues. But I feel like Davis, for one, my class is I say this with pride. A lot of Davis will kind of use this as a selling point more than anything, but my class is the most diverse class Davis has ever seen. We had over 20 Black medical students, most of them women. We had even more Hispanic and Latinx medical students. So that was really what impressed me, was their admissions process really seemed to pride themselves on that. I also Davis is very family oriented and focuses on they take people from all over the place, but they really try to focus on the health of the Central Valley and of the Sacramento area. For those who don't know, UC Davis, the undergrad campus is in Davis, California, which nobody's ever heard of until they go there. And then the med school is in Sacramento, California. And so I just knew that I wanted to learn more and be able to give back to the place that kind of made me. And so that was a big part of it as well. I hope to match here for residency too, and just really truly be a Davis lifer. I don't know anything else about any other program, but I know Davis well. If you have any questions.
Okay, so to my audience, I need you all to go ahead and start putting in questions into the chat so that I can pull from the chat and make sure that your questions are answered. Until I get some questions, I will continue. I'd like to know from some of my, maybe one or both of my PhD candidate students, why did you choose to go for your MD PhD? What are some of the benefits of that, and potentially what are some of the challenges?
I can start. I actually did not know MD PhD programs that existed when I started college. I found out accidentally from a friend. And at the time I was not gonna get into that story because it's kind of funny. But I was really having a hard time deciding between doing a PhD or an MD. And again, not knowing that their MD PhD pathway was available to me. I was trying to figure out, was like, am I going to do my MD first and then do my PhD, or is it my PhD first I'm going to want to do and then do my MD? But then I talked to my friend who's graduating my sophomore year, and she made me aware that she was going to do an MD PhD and that these programs exist, and like and she was going to go to University of Miami. But then I was catching up with a different friend my senior year in college after deciding that I was going to go down this pathway, and found out she was actually not doing her MD PhD, and I misheard her the entire time. And I just accidentally found out about MD PhDs by the grace of God, and I'm here now. So shout out to not paying attention or listening or whatever that was. So that was how I kind of found my way to MD PhD pathways and deciding to do it. I think a clear benefit is that it is fully funded. And as a person who came from a very low income background, it was a really saving grace. And in addition, but I would say that is not a reason to do it by any means. It is like getting to some of the negatives, it's a very challenging process. You are in school for a long time, and you can make that money up by going to become a physician directly. I do really enjoy it because you do have to use medicine and science are analogous, and they are fundamentally similar in some ways, but they use very different trains of thought. So I really like that, and I tend to get bored easily. So like having the ability to be in different fields and different spaces and think different ways is really something I enjoy. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay. And so now I'm getting all the questions. So I'm going to try my best.
I can answer some in the group chat too.
Okay. I'm going to try my best to kind of do it kind of chronologically, kind of before medical school, during medical school, and after. And so let's answer this question about gap years. In what ways did you incorporate or share your time during your gap years into your application? And I know that, Ian, you mentioned that you took a gap year, so I'll give that question to you.
Yeah, 5. So again, my situation is a little unique. You know, I played offensive line at UC Davis, and I decided to go for the NFL. Bounced in and out of teams, you know, spent a few years on some arena football teams. And so I kind of made the personal decision that this was the only time in my life I'd be able to pursue something like this. And so I just decided to go for it, and knew that med school was going to be there when I got back. And I confirmed that by having classmates that are in their 40s still doing it with me. Like it really isn't too late ever to do this. I wouldn't, a lot of those people had careers first and then found medicine. I wouldn't say wait 20 years and then apply if you really want to do it, but it can be done. So as far as how I incorporated it, you know, a lot of people consider gap years a strength these days, depending on how you spend the time and how you talk about the value of that time spent. I think the biggest thing is, you know, you can do a bunch of different things. Like I said, I played professional football. I spent 2 years working for a law firm because I needed to, you know, because I didn't get that NFL check and then just start making money. I worked for a law firm that sued nursing homes for elder abuse, and I just like looked over the medical records. And I don't think there's any wrong thing to do. Obviously, try to get something that is as adjacent to medicine and clinical science as possible. But really, what you're trying to do is convince people that what you did during that gap year will make you a better physician eventually. And you can, there are a lot of things that can be applied to that. Sport is as far from medicine as possible in a lot of people's minds, but I think there's a convincing argument that me playing football for as long as I did made me a better applicant, will make me a better doctor. So it's really just about how you can not spin it, but like how you can say this is how this applies and do it convincingly and sincerely.
Thank you. And between undergrad and medical school, I also took a 5-year gap year, so I second everything that Ian said. I additionally want to say that if you do take a gap year, what you want to make clear in your application is, 1, did you choose to go to medical school before the gap or after the gap? And if you chose after the gap, why? Just make that very clear so people don't read your application and are kind of scratching their heads at the end and still wondering why you're choosing medicine now. Okay, next question. For the panelists who went through post-bac, how has the process been for you? I'm considering post-bac before going to medical school.
So there's a couple different types of post-bacs. I did took 2 gap years as well, and I did a post-bac. I did the NIH CERTA research training one, but that's a little different than I think maybe the post-bac you're asking about, where you are taking courses still as well as doing research potentially. Or the NIH one does not have classes associated with it, but I do know people who've gone there, done research, and then there's some colleges I think that might be affiliated and you're able to take courses there. But I really think they're a good idea. I think taking time off, like they were saying, is extremely smart decision. My average med school class was 25, I think, when they came to medical school. So it's worthwhile, I think, to take time off, and because it allows you to grow. You come in with a fresh perspective. You come in less, in my opinion as well, less stressed about grades per se, and more so about focusing on what you need to succeed, which honestly is not the grades at the end of the day. It's really about taking care of your patients, so and being the best physician you can for them or whatever community. So yeah.
Okay, I did post-bac through the UCSF School of Medicine and then matriculated into that same program. Post-bac programs are great. They will allow you the opportunity to do more coursework, to demonstrate your strength in biomedical coursework. They will help you with MCAT prep a lot of times and pay for it a lot of times. They will help you with interviews, with applications. It can really be a time where you are getting all the help you need to apply. So if you can get into a post-bac and you feel like you need it, go for it. There's no harm. It can only help you. There are a lot of questions about preparing for medical school, including like, how do you prep for like the application process? How do you prep for like studying the MCAT? I'm actually going to ask if anyone on the panel or in the audience, like we have any physicians, can answer that. If you can include that in the chat for our audience, I think we can just put that there. I'm going to get to things that we can't put in the chat that I want our panelists to be able to answer. So the question that I find really interesting and really important is, what are some things about medical school that you just did not expect or anticipate? And panelists, show me your hand if you want to take that question. Okay, Lemmy, go ahead.
So I would say I didn't expect to have the amount of free time I'd be having. I thought that it would just be the most overwhelming experience of my life, and I wouldn't get to really enjoy the process and enjoy the experience. But I feel like my medical school has really made it a balance where we're not only just in the books learning about the medicine, but we're also doing hands-on things. We're learning how to intubate. We have workshops where we can learn how to suture and do all the fun things. We have like patient interaction courses where we learn how to be a doctor and how to interact with patients. So having that holistic experience just makes it enjoyable. And I also just feel like I had the opportunity to explore this new city that I'm living in and go out into the community and sort of have that sort of experience as well. So I've just been pleasantly, I guess, surprised in that sense. And I also just feel really supported by my school. And, we're starting off in a new curriculum. So, there's been growing pains with that, but I think we've just felt really listened to because they are taking our advice and our input about how, this new curriculum is working. So that's sort of been my experience so far.
Ian.
I just what Limi said, I resonate with a lot. I think it's similar for me. So I think we are told when we are pre-med applicants, this is going to be the hardest thing you ever do in your entire life, and you have to do all these things perfectly, every single thing of the way of the road perfectly. You have to have this perfect GPA, you have to have perfect MCAT, you have to have perfect letters of recommendation, you have to input on Amcas every single one of your courses perfectly, or else your application will get rejected, and then maybe you'll get in. And then when you get in, everyone's like, it's cool, chill, it's pass fail. Why y'all stressing so much? Take some wellness. It is a very interesting paradigm shift that I didn't realize I had to kind of, because the grind for me was an on or off switch, and you kind of got to turn it to a thermostat, because if you are on all the time in medicine, you will burn out before you even get to residency. It is too far of a road. I'm 4 years into it, and I barely even see how far down the road it is. All I've learned is the biggest thing I've learned in the last 4 years is how little I know, and I'm sure that's not gonna change anytime soon. So I think being able to figure out how you can turn that from an on-off switch to a thermostat, and figure out how to treat yourself well in these in these opportunities for free time, how to reset yourself, fill your bucket back up, and go again the next week is going to be really important. Building those habits before you get here is good, because it's going to be really easy to just grind the whole time. You can't do that. It's got to be kind of a slow trickle. So if that makes sense.
And actually, I'm going to let your response lead into the next question, which is, how do you all deal with the stress of being in medical school, including just the expectations that they impose upon you or that you impose upon yourself? And let me see a hand for panelists who want to answer.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah. How do you deal with the stress of being in medical school?
Oh, this is perfect, actually.
Stress and the pressure, yes.
I love to travel. I think travel is my way to decompress. I'm going to Mexico City on Thursday. I went to Tanzania after passing my qualifying exam in Istanbul. I make time, like Ian was saying, like this is a very long path, and like I guess for even more so for me and Quentin. So you need to take the time to take care of yourself. And at the end of the day, the work at any point in your career, especially medicine, there's always going to be work there. And that's why taking those gap years for me were really important, because it allowed me to, I guess, reframe what's important to me in my life. Because in undergrad especially, I had let school really just take over my life and really stress me out, instead of, I guess, taking the time to be more thoughtful about my community and trying to do everything so much that it honestly was killing me. That coming into medical school, I came with a much more fresh and healthier perspective with school. So it was so yeah, I like to go out pre-pandemic, I guess. I am a DJ. I like to hang out with friends. I like to go eat out. It's SF restaurant week right now. I went out with my friend for dinner last night. So I didn't let medical school take a pause on what I wanted to do and enjoy in my life. So, and I definitely would recommend that, absolutely, for wherever you guys go to school. Make sure people are having normal, healthy lives outside of school. So, yeah.
Thank you. I'm actually going to ask one more panelist a similar question, but a little bit different. What are the things that are helping you to strive to do well, to be okay while you're in medical school? What are the best supports?
So I mentioned my dad was in food service here for about 25 years. And again, this is something personal to me, but in short, finding knowing who your support system is. For me, it's my dad, my mom, my dad, my sister, and my partner and my dog, who are scurrying around in the background somewhere. But my dad used to work the white coat ceremonies, cater them, you know, like schmooze with people, give them food, whatnot. And mine was the first time in his entire career, obviously in 25 years, that he was able to attend it. And I think about that moment every time I'm low, every time I'm in a bad place. I think about that, and I think about what he sacrificed to get me here, and the pride that I saw on his face when I walked across that stage. So finding moments like that to fill you back up are really, really important.
Lindy.
You know, similarly, my family is very big in my support system, and that's who I do it for. But also, you know, when I'm going through the tough times and like, you know, school's getting overwhelming, I do the volunteering at like our mobile clinic or at some sort of event that's happening for the community in LA. And, you know, seeing patients who maybe haven't had care in 10 years or who don't have access to resources, and when you can support them in whatever way, that sort of just brings me back to why I'm here in the first place. Like, these are the people I want to serve. And you know, being able to make an impact now as a med student, like, I'm so excited for what more I can do when I am a physician and I can care for them fully. So those moments sort of bring me back to why I'm here, why I'm going through those long study hours and all of that. So, yeah.
Thank you. And I'm going to say something that you're not supposed to say, but it needs to be said. For me, my family was absolutely my greatest support and my greatest motivation. And at sometimes they would call me when I needed them to not call me, when I needed to study. They were asking me for things when I just couldn't give it. So what's going to be very important, because in a lot of our cultures, family is huge. You need to be able to know when to say no, how to set boundaries, and how to get your family to understand just how present you can be and when you just really need to just bow out and focus on school. What I noticed was that when I was at UCSF, there was like a 2-year period where there were about 6 men of color who, because of family commitments, ended up having to not focus on school. And then ultimately they ended up being kicked out of medical school. And the schools that they were at, or my school, was not very supportive of them focusing on their family as opposed to school. I say that just to say, again, our families are important, but really know how to set boundaries and focus on school when you need to. One other thing that I want to say in terms of supports: when you get to your school, find your mentors, find your people, find your circle. You want to have as many people around you, other your attending physicians, other colleagues who you know support you, are there for you. When you need a letter of recommendation, they got you. If anything goes wrong, they got you, they know you, they can speak to your character, speak to your ethic, and they will fight for you. That is going to be one of the most important things you can do, and that will get you through medical school. All right, I'm going to go on to the next question. And I see a lot of different questions that are kind of asking about the criteria to get into medical school. So I'm going to go backwards because there's so many. And so I want to ask the panelists to speak to, what do you think are some of the factors that make you a strong medical school applicant? And some of the specific things people are asking about are like, how important is your GPA? How important is the school that you went to? How important is research, scores, and then other kind of extracurricular experiences? Carly.
Yeah, so yeah, I guess I'll start by saying, because someone asked in the comments about going to like a Cal State University versus, I guess, like a UC or a different private school. I kind of wasn't sure at first whether that would like hinder me or not, but it seems to have not have. I know when I was choosing schools for undergrad, like I didn't even really know that like applying to med school was like this whole thing. Like I thought you just get good grades and then go, and figured out that that's not the case. So yeah, I think my school didn't have a ton of research opportunities, but I don't think that really hindered me at all. I ended up doing a little bit of kind of education research that I included on my application. And that wasn't too many hours. I think the bulk of my hours came from some clinical experience that I did, where I did some during my undergrad. I didn't actually start getting clinical experience until my last year of college, because I kept getting rejected from things. I didn't know, I guess, where exactly to look too. And then during my gap year, I also got a good amount of hours doing some volunteering. And then I think people asked about MCAT also. I personally thought my MCAT score was going to hinder me. It was a little bit lower than I would have liked, but it turns out that it wasn't a huge deal. So I guess my advice for that would be, do the best that you can, right? If you think that you studied for a certain amount and then your score turns out lower than what your practice exams were what you were getting, maybe think about taking it again. But I sort of just, I guess, thought that I was taking a chance on my score and just applying and seeing how it went. And it turned out pretty well. So yeah, do the best that you can and, see what happens, I guess.
Any other panelists want to take that question?
Yeah, I could add a second a lot of things that Carly mentioned. I was on the Stanford Admissions Committee this past year, so I could speak to some of the more specific things that people really look for on these kind of committees. But just want to really emphasize something that Carly mentioned about how MCAT score doesn't matter as much as people think. I think the rule of thumb in general is that each individual factor of your application matters more than it should and less than you think, and that there's no singular axis through which someone can be accepted or rejected in medical school. So when someone, at the point in which a committee is considering your application, it's rare that they nitpick on one particular part of your application and say, this is the reason why this person won't get in. You want to build your application in a way that each component, your GPA, your extracurriculars, your research, your letters of recommendation, et cetera, all speak to who you are in a way that someone who's reading the application can advocate for you in a room when they're talking about you. So, in the case of people really stressed about GPA and MCAT, I can honestly say that I've had no conversation on the admissions committee in which we were nitpicking on whether or not someone's GPA was high enough or their MCAT scores were high enough. The real meat of the application is in your personal statement and your letters of recommendation. So I think it's even more important to focus on having people write great letters for you and to advocate for you in a way that someone else can easily sell you in a room. And GPA and MCAT, I think, really get you into the door, but they're not the most important things for accepting an applicant. And I think that should be emphasized.
Okay. And then to another panelist, besides GPA, MCAT, scores, what other things are just beneficial to do or to consider that may strengthen your application to medical school? And show me a hand. Okay. Lemmy.
I would say just let your passions sort of show through the stuff that you take part in. So, people talk about checking boxes off to meet requirements, but sometimes that can be seen through the application that you put out. So if you just did research, just to do research, you did shadowing, you did clinical experience, and you're like, okay, now I'm set. When it's time to interview, let's say you make it to that interview point, if you can't talk about these experiences and what they've done for you and how they have shaped your experience and your passion towards medicine, then that's not really going to help you. So I would say take part in things that you are interested in and passionate about. For example, I really care about breast cancer disparities, and that sort of shined through all the things that I took part in. When I was working at a community health center, I put on a cancer survivors group, and I helped pilot a program where we were having mobile mammogram screening events for women so that they can get screened, and things like transportation issues were sort of addressed. So that sort of, I was able to talk about that, and they were able to see how passionate I am about that. And just going back to the question about research, I do not have a strong research background at all. The only research I even took part in was like community-based participatory research, and it was also related to breast cancer. And so, that theme is sort of everywhere in my application, and it's something that I would talk about very passionately, and it's something that I have been interested in all my life, basically. And so just pursue your passions and let it shine through, and when they see that, it'll show. So yeah.
Thank you. For the people in the audience who are not looking at this chat, I don't know how the panelists are doing it, but they're still giving you like full answers within the chat as well. So make sure you don't miss that information. Ziad, you're answering a lot of the questions about finances, and several people asked. So thank you for that. And I'll let you all look at what his responses have been. Okay, I see a lot of people asking also about study skills. And I think it's important because medical school, it can be difficult, and there's a lot that we have to learn. So for my panelists, what are some of the tips that you guys have around just studying study skills, what's required to do well? And then do you have any advice around studying? Ian.
Cramming isn't a thing anymore. I'm telling y'all right now, like if you try to cram before every single exam in medical school, it will not work. There's too much to know, and there's always another test coming down the pipe. So a little bit every day has helped me tremendously. I bought into the Aamc train very early on, and it helped me a lot. If y'all want to talk about it more, please let me know. That allows you to, it's basically a flashcard app, and it focuses on spaced repetition. So you see a card today, you get it right. I see it again in 3 days. I get it right then. I see it again in a week. So you have to study a little bit every day, but it prevents you from having to cram all this knowledge into your head 3 days before. So a little bit every day is that. And then also like definitely pay attention to what the grading system is at your school. Like for me, it was pass fail, but you could get letters of distinction if you did well enough in certain courses, which, I got a couple, which help a lot. Actually, you'd be surprised. So definitely go for those. But like, if your school is pass fail, they're basically telling you this person could get a 95, this person could get a 75 in this course. And we're going to say the same exact thing on their CV, graduated from X medical school. So I think that it kind of goes back to that thermostat thing, like don't turn down the voice in your head that says, if you don't get a 95 in this course, you're failing out. Because I think you have the opportunity to focus more on the actual learning and the which is kind of fun. Like we're all in this because we kind of like science and medicine, right? And so like focus a little bit more on learning it, because that's what's going to make you a good doctor, not necessarily the grade, right?
So I'm going to take a few seconds to respond to that question too. But before I do that, I'm going to put this back on my panelists. And when I'm done, I'm going to ask each of you to pick a question from the chat that we have not discussed, and then you're going to answer that question. Okay, so I'm going to come to you and ask you, what question do you want to answer? Before I do that, also about study skills, I really want to reiterate, please do not cram. We are probably all here because we are, we're very smart people. We can do well in tests. We can cram and do very well in high school and in college. Medical school is a different beast altogether. The amount of information that you have to learn is really intense. And at the end of your first 2 years, and then when you're kind of done at your third year, you have a big exam that you have to take called the USMLE. And it's everything that you learned in 2 years. And if you crammed for every test, I promise you, you can't cram from the USMLE. You're gonna be like, what did I learn? So just don't do it. Okay, so now I'm coming to my panelists. Does anyone wanna go first with the question they'd like to answer?
Yeah, so the question about what would I tell my undergrad self? So I think, I would just tell myself everything happens for a reason. And so be present in the moment. I feel like pre-meds, we're just so stressed about what's next that we sort of miss out on the process. And so I knew I was not going to be ready to go straight into medical school after undergrad. I didn't even really know what the process of applying was like while I was in undergrad. So another thing would be make genuine relationships with your professors. And if you enjoy a course, reach out to that person and get to know them and build that relationship, because later on, that is gonna, you're gonna need that for when you need your letters of recommendation. So that's one thing I would say. Stay in contact with those professors who really shaped your educational experience and who later will be able to speak about you and advocate for you when you are applying. Yeah, that would be my advice to my old self.
Who wants? Ian.
Yeah, so I saw a lot of questions about research experience, what kind of experience y'all did, how many hours minimum would you do of a certain thing, I'm just going to answer all of those with my personal opinion. Don't do things just for the sake of doing them. I would not do something just because it's going to look good on a medical school application. I think that is at the heart of a lot of what's wrong with academia in general, is that people do things because it's another feather on their cap, and I think do things that set your hair on fire, do things that you're passionate about, that you love. Sometimes it's hard to find that, so try things out. But I wouldn't just be like, my buddy was an EMT for like 2 years and they got in, so I'm gonna be an EMT. If you hate being an EMT, don't do that, because especially when it comes down to the interview, that people are going to ask you about it. You are going to have an opportunity to talk about it, to write about it, and you see students, you see faculty, everyone evaluating these applications, and we all can smell BS a mile away. If you can't talk about it from a place of passion, from a place of sincerity, I wouldn't do it. And I know that it'd just be easier, right? Just to be like, I'm just going to do this because it checks the box. But I'm telling you, you come off so much better and so much more competitive when you have something that you can talk about for hours on end without getting tired about. For me, that's teaching. I love to teach. I've been TAing for the undergrad anatomy course. Maybe some people from Davis have taken it for like 6 years. I love that. And I can talk about it forever. So that is what's going to make you stand out and make you unique and separate from everyone else, is finding things that light your hair on fire, and not just something that like, that I think that might sound good to someone else.
Thank you. Next panelist.
I can answer the question about how undergrad compares to medical school. I think so at Johns Hopkins, undergrad academics is very challenging. I would say that I was definitely banging my head against the wall a lot more as an undergrad than I was during medical school. But that's I think that a lot of the challenges in medical school have to do with the volume of information, not necessarily like the intrinsic difficulty of the content. As an undergrad, doing like quantum mechanics or something like that, like you either get it or you don't, and if you don't get it, you're in trouble because you got to sit down and take that exam. But in medical school, there's a lot more straightforward workflow for understanding the information, and there's just the problem is that there's just like a massive volume of it. So coming up with your own kinds of strategies for like managing that and managing yourself, I think is most important. And I think as an undergrad, the single most important thing I got from that it's helped me in medical school is just learning how to study and knowing when things aren't working and trying something new. Because if you get really set in your ways in medical school, that can oftentimes just run yourself into the ground. It's kind of important to be able to open your mind to different ways of learning and being respectful to yourself when you aren't getting something, and it's not necessarily a limitation of your own. It's just different people have different ways of absorbing information. So I think that undergrad is very top down in the sense of you're all kind of going through the mill, doing your own majors, et cetera. But in medical school, it's a lot more individualized as far as all we care about is want you to be proficient in this information. And that's where that pass fail bar comes in. That's not necessarily getting an A or a 90 something on every exam.
So before I go on to the next panelist, because we kind of are coming to a close, if anyone has any burning question that you just need answered before we end today, please say burning question in caps and then say your question, and we'll try to get to at least a couple of those before we end. Not everyone, okay, but just a few of you. All right, next panelist. Carly.
So I kind of already answered this a little bit in the chat, but I just wanted to elaborate on a question that somebody asked about being sort of on track or kind of staying on a certain timeline. And that was something that I kind of stressed about a lot in undergrad too, because you kind of see people saying you take your prereqs these first 2 years and then you do your MCAT and then you apply and then you go straight through. And I didn't really have a lot of exposure to people who kind of did it differently. So I would say that that was something that I sort of wasted a ton of time and energy stressing about. because nobody really asked me about my gap years or about why I took gap years on my application in interviews, or why I had to take my MCAT after I graduated, and why I was taking classes in a certain order. So I guess my advice for that would be get your classes in when you can get your classes in, take your MCAT when you feel ready to take your MCAT. If if you're working a lot, fit in your clinical experience and your extracurriculars when you can fit it in. And, everything will work out when it works out, and will work out for the best, so.
Thank you, Carly. Who's next? Ziad, have you gone yet?
I have not. I can answer, I guess, some of the financial aid questions because we haven't really talked about that. That's also something I'm very passionate about as well. So medical school is very expensive. Obviously, a lot of schools now are being better, I guess, better about financial aid because they do have money. Hopefully, when you guys all get accepted to medical school of your choice, I would very much so recommend you negotiate with the school. A lot of students don't feel empowered to do so or know to do that. But it is absolutely a thing. Email the financial aid office, email the dean of admissions, make them fight for you, make them give you as much money as they can because they have it. And I have seen their books and I've done them at least for UCSF, and I know they have it. So you can absolutely do this. If you want me to look over an email before you send it to the school, I can absolutely do that. I've done this multiple times for students and I have a pretty good success rate. So I would say that's one thing. I also want to remind y'all, you guys will be physicians. You will be making at least $100,000 a year. Yes, it's a lot of money you'll be taking out, and yes, medical school is expensive, but you will be in a very different financial situation by the end of it. And there are loan replacement programs. There are programs where you are able to, in residency, if you're working in a low, can get your loans forgiven. So there are options out there. There are scholarships. PMF has multiple scholarships to plug them. Stefan is a great advocate for students too. So for getting scholarships. So I don't count yourself out and don't be too scared about the loans. It does suck to have, and like I completely understand that. Again, as a person coming from a very low financial background. So I guess I'll stop there on that.
Okay, and is there anyone who has not gone yet? Wow, okay. So I would like to ask all of our panelists if you can really consider just a final word of wisdom, encouragement for all of our young people who are on the, who are listening in. And just raise your hand or just go.
So as y'all can see, I can talk forever. Dr. Okoye, let us know. She'll pull the cane on us whenever we go over. So I just want to say this. It's going to be really easy to compare yourself to your peers who are applying who don't necessarily look like you. I'm sure y'all are already doing that in undergrad. Imposter syndrome is a real thing. And, we're putting our emails. If you ever want somebody to talk about this with, we're happy to, because I'm sure everyone here who's on this panel has experienced it too. When you get into medical school, I say when, because I expect every single person here to get into medical school. It's going to be even stronger. And when you get into medical school, I want y'all to remind yourself, or just ask yourself, what are the chances that the admissions department picked every single one of all these, amazing applicants, but was like, for you, like, no, they just got it wrong. Everyone else is, I'm sure, looking at you and thinking, wow, that person's amazing. They did this, they did that. Like, I didn't even do this or that. And so be careful, catch yourself when you're comparing yourself to other people, because you got in for a reason and you are there or will be there for a reason. So just keep that in mind. Like, y'all will belong there. And I'm so happy to see all of these Black and brown faces on this call, because we need all of y'all to get into medical school. We need you, please. So again, hit me up if y'all need anything or just someone to talk to about it. But y'all belong here.
One thing that I want to really emphasize is that when you choose to do a path in medicine, whether it be MD or MD, PhD, et cetera, you should be very intentional about creating a support network that has no smoke in it. Like only have people that are interested in your growth as an individual and like your success and achievement, and that goes a very long way, and oftentimes can be the small barrier that can help you get through a variety of challenges. I'm still talking to my one of my mentors that I met my freshman year, and she's still supporting me on this path, like almost 8 years later. And so I would say that be very intentional about the people you choose to really back you in this process, because they'll in an ideal scenario, these are people that you want to follow you all the way through.
Lemmy?
I guess some advice I would give is just be your authentic self and, tell your truth. And these med schools will, if they, whatever school accept you, they accept you for who you are. And then whatever's don't, it's because, that's not where you're meant to be. So live in your truth and, just tell your story the way it is, show your passion, show your interests, and the rest will sort of tell itself. Yeah, that's big. And I think what Ian said really resonates with a lot of us in that sometimes you just continue doubting yourself or was this a mistake? Oh no, I don't want to, I think what I dealt with is I don't want to let the people down who did believe in me. And so that stress of letting others down was also something that weighed on me. And, I talked to one of these mentors of mine, and she was like, don't worry about the rest of us. We're always going to support you. We're always going to think you're amazing. Don't stress yourself out over this, and just, we're here for you. So yeah, that's what I have to say.
Ziad?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to add, I guess, rather. Well, I can say this. Med school is challenging and it is hard. And it has its ups and downs for sure. But at the end of the day, try to remember what you're doing this for and why you came down this pathway. I'm sure a lot of you have the intention of helping people and want to do X, Y, and Z great things, and I think it can be hard sometimes to lose that, especially as you go through the training of 3+ years of residency as well, and not get jaded. The medical school is, medicine in general is the microcosm of a lot of the problems in the world, and it can be hard to keep hope in that, but really try to maintain those reasons for why you decide to get into this, because those are the reasons, because that's what drives you every day and keeps you happy. So, but yeah, if you, not also to sound jaded, but if this doesn't bring you joy anymore, it's okay to move on. You don't have to hold on to something that's not bringing you joy anymore. And I really would want you to even for your applications, that's just life advice, I guess, rather more so than anything. Don't hold on to things that aren't bringing you joy anymore. And yeah.
And Carly?
Yeah, I agree with everything else that all my fellow panelists said. I guess one thing that I will add is that make sure that when you're doing things, whether it's extracurriculars or being involved in clubs or choosing schools to apply to or which school to go to, make sure that you are, as much as you can, doing that for you and what's going to work for you. There's a lot of schools out here with certain reputations that maybe, the general public would be like, wow, you got into this certain school or something. And I think sometimes it could be hard with pressure, from your family or friends to choose certain opportunities or schools based on what other people are going to think of you. But at the end of the day, you are the one who is doing that thing, whether it's going to that school or doing the internship. whatever it might be, make sure you're choosing things that are going to make you happy and that you're going to be able to continue to do and enjoy and get something out of. So yeah.
Okay, so this may be a confusing question and difficult for my panelists to answer, but I think it's an important one. Sometimes things don't go as smoothly as we think. Sometimes we don't feel as supported as we are. And sometimes we may decide this is not the place or the field for me. So I'm gonna give a statement and I want you guys to fill in the blank, okay, if you can. If blank happens to you, or if you see this, consider walking away. And if it's walking away from medicine or walking away from school, from whatever, just what are some things that if this is happening, it's a red flag, be concerned and really stop, think, and consider if you need to be where you are, if that makes sense. And I can start to give you all more time because I've been doing this now for quite some time, and I've had a lot of colleagues who came into medicine, left medicine, came into one field, went into a different field, started residency at one institution, left and had to go to another. So what I would say is if you are at a program or a place where you feel you are not getting support anywhere you turn, you are constantly being asked to redo courses, people are saying things like you don't fit in and you don't sound like a doctor, you don't talk like a doctor, and no one is helping you. No one is kind of telling you where to go, and you feel like this is going to be the entirety of your experience. Talk to someone, consider walking away and going somewhere else, because you cannot thrive in an environment that is trying to hold you down. Anybody else? We can pass too.
I was going to say respected. I think that also just goes along with what you were saying. I was actually planning to join one thesis lab things, and I did not feel respected. And honestly, I guess also it add racism. So that, and I decided, I was like, this is not the place I want to be. And like, that's okay. Like I will find something else and I'll still be successful because I made it this far in my life. And I know I can do these things and I won't let anyone stop me from doing those things. So yeah.
Anyone else? Ian?
Yeah, so what Dr. Okoye said and what Ziad said were very poignant. I think we all have a certain threshold for which for microaggressions, right? Like there's a lot we as Black people have to just let roll off our backs. We can't die on every single hill. So I think I have two things. One is if you feel like you're dying on a hill every week, listen to that. If you feel like there's that, because you know we all have our value system, we all have a line in the sand we draw. Don't move that. That's what defines you as a person. But if you feel like people are constantly stepping over it, despite knowing where it is, pay attention to that, because that happens. I've literally, you know, I have stories. So we all have stories, but like, so pay attention to that. And I think secondly, I'll just tell y'all like why I retired from football. I was grinding, you know, had a lot of opportunities in the NFL. Nothing was really clicking though. I don't know what it was. You know, I didn't quite feel like I was respected as the player I was, but this has turned into a washed up football player story. What I'm trying to say is there was a certain day that I woke up and I didn't like, I don't know if I want to go to the gym. Like, I don't know if I want to watch film. Like, I don't know if I want to call this team and let them know you know, it wasn't like, I'm just tired, I'm sore. It was just like, I just don't want to anymore. And if you feel like things are getting to you where it's the point where you can't, because like there are things that we're going to be able to find that draw us to this field, right? There are always going to be positives. But if you feel like you can't do what it takes to get better at your job and to be better and to constantly put in the work it takes to do this job for your patients, you should pay attention to that, because that's what it is, right? The positives aren't always there, but the grind, the things we do, the studying, the reading, the learning more about this random thing that we just found out about our patients, that will always be there. And if that's something you can't do, that's something to pay attention to as well. If that fire to improve dies down, definitely pay attention to that.
All right, and now I'm going to be bold. I'm coming to our audience. Now I know that all of us who are on the screen and on the panel, like we knew we were going to be here. I chose to put on lipstick and do my hair this morning, but I really need to ask anyone who's not on camera, if you can turn your camera on, because one of our most powerful strengths is just us, it's our community. And I want people to have an opportunity to just look at who's in the room and on camera and to see as many beautiful faces as they can, to just soak it in for like a minute. So please, please, please turn on your camera, put your hair in place, put on glasses if you need to, put on your mask, we won't judge you, but just, I'm hoping we get some more faces. So I'm looking. I think I see somebody I didn't see before, still waiting. I'm gonna start calling out some names.
Thank you, Jenna, thank you for that.
A few more seconds, we can get a few more faces. You all are so inspiring. Just a few more. And I see some doctors that I know that I haven't seen in forever. Oh, all right. So I wanna, everyone on camera still, remain on camera, please. If you guys can please, number one, let's thank our newest and congratulate our newest medical student, Carly. Can we just kind of give her a hand? Congratulations. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. Very happy to be here.
And then if we all can give a round of applause for our panelists. We are so proud of you. We're so grateful to all of you for taking time out of school to be here and to share your wisdom and your experiences with our pre-medical students. So thank you guys. And I really want to thank all of you in the audience. We're so proud of you to take your weekend, your Saturday and your Sunday to be here to learn about medicine, for being honest and open to listening to us talk so much. We're sorry that COVID is not allowing us to do this in person, but we will be back in person hopefully soon. I need to repeat a few words that were said that you just need to always remember and never forget. Every single one of you deserves to be here, deserves to be in medicine. You will absolutely come across people who make you feel otherwise. I promise you that. Don't ever be one of those people. You're gonna at times feel like, I don't know if I should be here. Maybe someone made the wrong decision. Don't be one of those people. You deserve to be here. You are worth everything, every decision, every acceptance. You deserved it, you earned it, period. Don't ever let anyone make you feel otherwise. All patients of color, all patients from diverse backgrounds will be better served if you are in medicine. But not just that, every single patient, even majority patients, everyone does better if you are a doctor, if you're in this field. So please stay on this path. We are here to help you. And as you go along, you'll only get more support. So again, thank you, proud of you all. You can do it. And we welcome you to the field. Stalfina, back to you.
Okay, thank you, and great remarks, a wonderful panel. Let's give them all another big applaud, please. And in the words, I want to say this, Chenna, that Cory Booker said to the now upcoming Associate Justice of the Supreme Court, you deserve to be here. You deserve to be here. You earned it. You work for it. You deserve to be here. And that we are saying to you too. And if we can help, that's why we spent all of this time putting on these programs for you guys. And all we ask is that you respond and do your best and keep yourself healthy and well and succeed as best as you can. Thank you. Okay. Warren, would you like to say something? Dr. Strudwick?
No, I just, you know, I'm a relative dinosaur when compared with the residents and the students and some of you I've seen over the years, and you know, I just can't express to you how proud I am to see your development, and those of you that I don't know, I'm also proud of what you're doing and how you're doing it. I appreciate all your remarks about getting into school, when you're in school, about lifestyle things. the most important thing for me, for you to know, is that you have to find the place where you are valued, and never let yourself be any place where you're not valued, because you deserve to be valued. And your education is going to put you in a place where you can make the choices to do and to be whoever you want to be. I'm a sports medicine doctor. I've taken care of athletes, all over the world, Warriors, Raiders, Cal Berkeley, Olympics, all over the place. And I've seen the challenges that they go through. It doesn't equal the challenges that you as a professional necessarily will go through. It's a road that's going to take you far and wide if you choose to accept it. And some of you may not choose to accept it, and that's cool too, because it's a huge world. And with the education that you have, you're going to be able to do anything that you want to do. In the words of Muhammad Ali, you don't have to be what they want you to be. You make your own story. You write your own story. You be in your own movie. You be the star of your own life. So I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the week, and we're glad that you're here.
Thank you again. Thank you, Dr. Strudwood. Thank you. Oh, Dr. Okoye, my God, you are amazing. Let's give her a special for navigating us through this. Special. She is so appreciated. Okay, so with that, let's take a deep breath. And I think you guys deserve a break, because that was so inspiring and so informative. And I think we can start back, at 12:30? Would that be good? And I think we come back for a Princeton Reviews presentation. Okay, welcome. I hope you had a quick, short, nice lunch. And we're ready for our afternoon session. And then as soon as we complete that, I got a few things to go over with everyone, and that'll be the conclusion for this Saturday. Okay? So this workshop, a lot of the questions that you guys asked before to some of the other panels, the Princeton Review people may be able to answer. And even though maybe you took Kaplan, but at least they'll be able to answer some of those general questions, particularly about what's going on now with MCATs. And for those of you who are in high school, I guess the SAT too. The reason we did the MCAT first, because if you are only interested in MCAT, then you don't have to stay for the one in the later afternoon. But a lot of high school kids just want to know about the MCAT, so they may want to stay for both. Okay, so is that clear with everybody? Okay. So again, if you just want to do the MCATs, then that's fine. You do that, and then you can drop off earlier. But the key is that I didn't get a chance to give you the updates. Maybe what I should do is quickly do these updates on the programs, the next steps, and then everybody can drop off. How about that? Okay, does that make sense to everybody? Okay, all right. So Tiffany, if you and Emerson could hold on for a minute, let me just go over a few things with everybody in the program. Okay, so first of all, we want you to know that we will send you a link for each Saturday. So far, we've been blessed to not have any crazy bombs. We had one in 2020, but we send a link for each Saturday, each day. So please make sure that you check your email and your spam. I cannot repeat that, because there are about 20 people who did not check their spam that's not on this program today. So hopefully they will get hip in maybe the next one. So that's very, very important. And the reason it goes in spam, because we send about 50 at a time, okay? The other thing is, when you send me an email, make sure you put your full name in there. It is not a text, so I can't see it if your name is Jennifer, because there's a bunch of Jennifers, okay? Only reply to DOB@pmfmd.com. dob@pmfmd.com. Okay. That other email was my personal email, and that is just too much. I asked people not to reply, and some of you did. The reason I did that is I was trying to make sure that all of you, because some of your EDUs have firewalls, and they may not take certain emails, and then you don't get them. So that's why I said, please do not respond to this email. But dob@pmfmd.com, either Devon or I will answer that. It's really, really important. The next thing is that we are going to send out another email. Many of you haven't gotten it yet, for the parent workshop on April 30th. It's for parents and families. You can have as many as you want, register as long as they're 21, and adults, and they can register. It speaks to what one of the panelists said earlier. We try to talk to them about what you're going through, because a lot of times your families, like Uchenna said, they be asking you for stuff and you trying to get ready for something. So please have your relatives sign up. I would deeply encourage that. You guys will be in a different breakout room, so we'll just be talking to them as parents and families of future doctors. I cannot stress how much it is important to read. Read. In fact, I had a couple of quotes. Reading to the mind is what exercises to the body. That is very important for a doctor, okay? And then all readers are leaders, but all leaders are readers, okay? And then the last one, today's reader is tomorrow's leader. And so even though you want to be a doctor, this is such an incredible future that you could hold and possibly become if you are just continue on your path and you can find a way, if this is what you choose to do. Hopefully you all will, okay? A thing about the program, somebody asked me, what if I miss something, a session? Okay, you have to let me know that, okay, if you're gonna miss a session. But what you cannot do is miss the team health project sessions. And those sessions are from May 1st to May, I think it's 7th. And you will be assigned a team coordinator. It's wonderful. And if you remember, one of the tenets that Brandon Brown spoke about was teamwork. You guys are in a me, I, what's happening with me generation. Well, doctors are all, and medicine is about team. And it's really important. And in fact, a lot of times people put it on their applications. In fact, a lot of those people that you saw put doctors on board on their application, and that they completed the internship and even their team project. Okay, so that's why we ask you that. So it is very important that you participate in a team and that you act as a team member. Last year we had a guy who only, at least one, it was two of them, who did his part, but no one knew, so he didn't communicate with the team. And as a result, he did not get the certificate, and he did not get anything because the team voted that he didn't participate as a team. It is a team project. So I can't stress that too much. It's very, very important to continue and to work as a team. And it's going to be fun. It's not going to be that hard because the way we got it set up, people will take a segment of the project, and it's a PowerPoint presentation. So, but you will enjoy it, and it helps you kind of boost your skills in terms of presenting as well as speaking, and then as a PowerPoint, and then we culminate that, put it on the website, and then all of that comes in the closing ceremony. In addition, if you finish that, you'll be in the nationwide press release, okay? Does everybody understand that? Anybody have any questions about that? I'm trying to be as quick and as brief as possible. And I think, please, if you can, show up on time. Everybody's been respectful. Some of the sessions will let you ask questions. And I think just make this a priority because, it's your future. And Somebody said $100,000, but if you guys go along, remember two things. It'll be a lot more money and you'll be dealing with somebody's lives. You will be life-saving. So unless somebody has any glaring questions, let me see if there's anything in the chat. Thank you. Is there what?
There are two questions in the chat. Is there a certain time the team projects will start?
No, what happens is your project coordinator on the 16th, I think we will put you in breakout rooms. The team projects, you do not have to stay on Zoom the whole time to do them. So you'll be assigned, let's say if it's gunshot wounds or emergency medicine, you'll be assigned a segment of that project. And then you guys will decide when you want to meet, and then you'll report your information, but the project coordinator will coordinate with that, okay? You just have about a week or so to do it because that's what teams are about. So it's after the 30th, you won't have to meet every week with us. So the 30th is the Doctors on Board program. From the 1st to the 7th or whatever that date is going to be the team projects. You repair what you're supposed to do and you're good to go. You get not only the DOB program, but you get the internship. And then at the end, we hope to send you guys a very special gift. Okay. What was the other question?
When will we be selected for the team project?
You'll find out that on the next workshop, I think on the 16th. Look at your schedule and it says team project. Everybody review the schedule. It's important because there are names on there and there are doctors on there. And some of the people may write you a letter of recommendation. So just remember that because every doctor on there knows about Doctors on Board. And if you put Doctors on Board in your subject line, you got a chance of them responding if you need a letter of recommendation, and maybe they'll set a time to talk to you, okay? Because even though you may need one from your school, but a lot of people want me to write them. I can't write all of them, but some of the doctors can. And then at the end, when you meet Dr. Brown, Atalo Brown, he works with at least 30 or 40 of you guys to get your letters and your statements together. All the personal statements are a big one, okay? So this is very, very important for all of you who are applying, especially in the next 2 years. Any other questions?
Quick questions. Are they virtual or in person?
Everything is virtual. It says virtual.
Yes. And also, is the team projects on Saturday?
No, you got a week to do them. So you guys will set your own date, okay? So you will meet on the 16th. I think that's the date on the schedule.
Yes,
and
April 16th.
And then you guys will be put in the teams with your project coordinators, and then you as a team will set your date. So it may be a Tuesday evening or something. And we know people are on different coasts and different time zones, so you guys will work that out. But you got about a week and a half to do that team project, okay?
Yeah.
And
I'm going to ask one last question and then we can move on. And this is about the parent workshop. Will there be a translator for parents who do not speak English?
Nope. You guys need to get somebody in there to translate, okay? Because it's just a lot for us, so we're not doing translation, okay? So try to have someone to translate for you. It would really be helpful. We may consider that if we get funding. We don't get a lot of funding with this comprehensive program, so we have to put it where we can. And, you know, we want to give you guys a special gift at the end, that those of you who complete, okay? The last thing is that we did get a grant from the California Commission on the Status of Women. So you who are in California, we will be doing something very special for the women. And then ultimately we'll do something special for everyone. And hopefully we can meet you guys in person. Any other questions in there, Carolyn?
I'm responding to one. It's fine. I think that's it for now.
Okay. So you guys will meet your team coordinators on the 16th, and then you can go from there. Okay. All right. All right. Good. Good to know. Thank you, guys.
Okay, you want to introduce Emerson?
Are they ready? Are they in the?
Yes, they're
right here. You guys are there. Oh, okay. So now we thought that it was very important that we have this wonderful Princeton Review, who has been a partner of PMF, I think, for 6 years, 7 years.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, yeah. And We know some of you guys did Kaplan, but we love Princeton Review. They've always partnered, and they particularly are supportive, I think, at least from what we've seen, of diversity and particularly minority students trying to figure out their pathways in terms of medicine, and all of that is involved in getting those MCAT scores. So with that said, I would like to introduce Emerson Short, who is from Princeton Review and who will speak about the MCATs. And again, if you are through after the MCATs and you don't want to stay for the SAT, you can leave. But if you would like to, you're welcome to, because it may help your family members. With that said, welcome, Emerson. Ms. Short.
Thank you.
Okay.
Let me share my screen. Alrighty. All right, so as was mentioned, my name is Emerson Short, and I am the Northern California Pre-Health Grad Outreach Specialist with the Princeton Review. PMF started in Oakland. I have a lot of love for Oakland. I went to Mills College, just right in there. So I'm here to talk to you today about the MCAT exam, the kind of scores you're gonna need to have a competitive med school application, and go over everything from registering for the exam to taking it that second time, which I highly encourage you do. And just kind of just the expectations. I'm gonna go through my deck. Tiffany's gonna be answering questions in the chat as we go along, and I'm gonna try to leave 10 minutes or so at the end to answer any questions you may have at the end. So I've added my contact information on this slide if you wanna write that down, but I'll put it up again at the end. And I have a little QR code here for if you want to sign up for a student consultation. If you're like, I don't know what to do, what's the MCAT? Hopefully you know by the end of this, but you can also connect with me later. So with that being said, yeah, relax. We're going to send out these slides to you with all of the links I talk about, all of the resources. So if you want to sit back and try to absorb, that's cool too.
And we will also put them, Emerson, on the, can we put them on our website?
Oh, of course.
Okay, so we'll put them on the website and we'll give you guys contact information. Okay, thank you.
Okay, cool, of course. All right, so before we go into an MCAT deep dive, I want to preface that this is just one piece of the larger picture, which is your med school application. So while your grades and test scores are that giant bubble on the screen, they're going to be the larger portion of a holistic narrative about yourself, but it's not the only way that you're showing that you're a competent candidate for med school. There are other things to take into consideration before applying. So this includes areas of your life, such as your leadership and service experience. So have you proven that you've led a life of serving others and that being a physician will be a continuation of that mission for you? Have you proven that you can take on the responsibility of leadership and can inspire others to be a part of your team? And how are those qualities reflected in your activities and experiences? So you have a well-rounded and meaningful history that reflects your interests and competency. Can you craft those ideas into a meaningful narrative about who you are and why you want to be a physician in your personal statement when you apply? And what sets you apart from the thousands of other applicants who want to also be a doctor, you know? Do you have networking skills? Do you have connections to professionals and professional organizations who will lend you their credibility and speak to your strengths in those letters of recommendation? If you're here, you're already on the right track. Like Stelfina said, making sure that you hit up doctors afterward and connect over the subject, just really using the resources at your disposal is going to be really important. So we're talking about the MCAT, but really it's just one piece of a larger narrative about why you would be a competent and successful med school student. So who is applying to medical school? These are numbers from the AAMC, which is the Association of American Medical Colleges. They created the MCAT and host the Amcas application service. So 50 to 53,000 applicants apply annually to medical school, which is a really high number. It's a number that we've seen go up, especially over COVID. More folks are applying than ever before. 10 to 17,000 people are applying per school, which roughly translates to folks having 10 to 17 applications. And we've seen as many as 25 applications, right? But this only leads to about 3 to 5 interviews for folks on average, and about 1 to 2 acceptances or admissions. So the numbers here are not meant to scare you, but to give you like a bigger picture of the process, and have you start thinking about your resource management when it comes to applying. Like, not everybody can afford to send out 25 applications, you know what I mean? So having the most holistic idea of what that process is going to look like and how you can manage your time and resources is going to be a great strategy for getting into med school, and something important to think about ahead of time. So your MCAT score is going to be a major component of getting those interviews and being admitted in medical school, into medical school. But if I haven't mentioned it already, the MCAT is the medical college admissions, admissions test. And it is crafted by the Association of American Medical Colleges. It's required by US and Canadian medical schools for both MD and DO programs. So the exam itself has a critical role in getting into medical school, and it's really about reflecting a certain skill set and body of knowledge that is, you know, the standard for where we are, and a prerequisite for becoming a physician, pretty much, no matter what pathway you end up on, MD, DO. You have to take the MCAT. I really don't see it going anywhere anytime soon. Functionally, most schools use MCAT scores and GPAs to filter out who they're going to be looking at. So like I mentioned before, there are thousands of applications per school, and your scores, these numbers, are going to be kind of your first impression to a school. So a strong MCAT score can help a lower GPA, but a poor MCAT score negatively affects the best GPA, because again, the MCAT is sort of the standard for the skill set that they're trying to assess. And I will touch on that a little bit more in a couple of slides. So using resources like the IMSAR to help select schools is also really important. It's an online database that you can find on the Aamc website that helps you filter and sort and organize schools according to like parameters like average MCAT score and GPA. So you can make sure that the places you are applying are places where you will be competitive. And, you know, if for other considerations, like if you're applying out of state, you might have to have a higher GPA than somebody in state for the same school. So that's something to look at as well. That Aamc website is going to be a great resource for you. And you can, before you even sit down to take the MCAT exam, start thinking about the kinds of scores that you're going to be wanting to get. So these are the mean scores of applicants. So those who applied to medical school and the matriculants, so folks who got in. There are a few like interesting pieces to take away here. So first, as you can see, obviously matriculants are going to have higher scores than just the pool of applicants, right? So what's interesting is that the MCAT score rises really year over year, making it more competitive every year. GPAs are also increasing. Like I mentioned before, those are the two pieces that they really filter folks out by. But it's the GPA is increasing only marginally, while the MCAT score is increasing a little bit heavier, right? So again, making those MCAT scores really stand out is going to be a critical piece, and having a better MCAT score is going to help a lower GPA. So before you even get your butt in the seat to take the MCAT, you have to register beforehand. You do this through the Aamc website, which I've plugged a couple of times now. I say that the Mcat registration process is like trying to get Coachella tickets, especially in California, which is a really strong Mcat market. Registering early is really important. Get an account as soon as you can, because you can only get one exam date at a time, and you want to get the earliest date that you can in case you need to take it a second time. So the Aamc has resources on this process as well. I just wanted to include a slide so when you folks look at it later, you can know like the steps for physically registering for the Mcat. So this is the skill set. This is the foundational coursework and material knowledge you should have before taking the Mcat. Most of it's going to be year-long coursework in those harder sciences with semester based experience in biochem and psych-soc. All of this material can come up on the Mcat, but even more so than, you know, like hard knowledge of these different areas is your ability to think scientifically, to extrapolate and interpret and expand on these scientific concepts that you're learning, so that if you encounter things that are unfamiliar on the exam, you know how to approach it. So it's an exam that's really not about what you know, but also kind of how you know it. And yeah, that in that sense, like you can get help outside of school, learning how to take the exam, how to best prepare yourself for the content and structure of the exam, the mental stakes of being seated for 7+ hours. It really is a marathon experience that's not only about your ability to run, but also your ability to pace yourself and having strategies coming into it. So I'm going to talk a little bit about those as well, kind of give you the outline of the exam. But this is the coursework that they recommend that you have on deck, like in your pocket before you take it. So this is the skill set that the Aamc says that the Mcat is examining as you take the test. So again, like I said, it's not just about having that knowledge, but also the meta test that's going on right above the test, trying to examine these skills as well. So knowledge of scientific concepts and principles. You don't have to know all amino acids, but you should know what they look like, right? Those general ideas and big concepts. Scientific reasoning and problem solving. So this is seeing scientific research and being able to extrapolate to further conclusions, which is a little bit self-explanatory and kind of what I just said a minute ago. Reasoning about the design and execution of research. So do you know what research looks like? Can you identify flawed research approaches? And can you think of ways to, you know, better research approaches or ways to get more valid results? And then lastly, data-based and statistical reasoning. So can you read like a scientist? Can you analyze charts and graphs and kind of distill that information in a clear and concise way? The Mcat itself is composed of 4 sections. So you have Chem Phys, Biochem, and Psych-Soc, and I skipped over CARS. You also have CARS. So every question is multiple choice with 4 choices per question, A, B, C, and D, which really is to our advantage strategy-wise, right? Because the right answer is on the page. And so getting to it doesn't necessarily mean knowing all of the knowledge, but having a skill set that lets you, you know, eliminate, look for the most important points, you know, choose the order in which we do things. But it also means that you should never leave an answer blank. There's no guessing penalty. So figure that into your strategy skill set. Like I know some folks really like to have one letter that they use as their like guess answer to like increase their probability of getting those answers right. It really just depends on your comfort with risk taking and things like that. So you'll see there's about a 14-point difference on each section, really showing how critical each point is on the MCAT. There's not a huge range from the worst score to the best score. So that's something to keep in mind as well. Your composite score, that's going to be your collective score. That's going to be your MCAT score. Yeah, so 528 would be phenomenal, out of this world. You know, a lot of folks are aiming for that 510 plus. As I mentioned before, once you're taking the exam, it's an endurance test as well as a knowledge test. The MCAT is a full day. The test takes 7 hours and about 33 minutes, I believe. So your entire content time is going to be 6 hours and 15 minutes, which is long. That's like a couple of Lord of the Ring movies back to back. You know, that's a long time to be having to perform at your best. So that is something that you should be thinking about and strategizing for beforehand. For the 95-minute sections, you'll be required to answer 59 questions. So that equals out to about 1 minute and 36 seconds to answer each question. This includes time to read any passages or analyze any charts. So the MCAT is designed to make you work the entire time that you're like there in the seat. You will not be answering many questions on the MCAT quickly and moving on. You know, they are substantive questions. And it's going to be about 230 questions across 4 sections over 6 hours of testing time. So I really try to prepare folks and not scare folks, but you've never had a testing experience quite like this. And so it's really important that you prepare to take the whole test as a test and simulate those conditions as much as possible beforehand. So our MCAT courses that we offer are predicated on students taking practice exams and practice tests so that we know that students are doing everything they can to help improve their scores, but also that they have the long, intense experience of sitting down with that much content, with that level of rigor, and you know, making it through to the other side. It's that seated experience, those practice tests, that's really going to be invaluable. And that's something that the Princeton Review provides as part of their courses. So I also recommend that folks try to practice with a mask on, or practice, you know, taking breaks at the appropriate times and things like that. Just any mental thing that might trip you up on the actual exam day, to anticipate that as much as possible. Because again, the exam is not just the content. I've said that like a million times, and I will say it again. If you leave with one thing, please know that it's not just the content. It is really about the skill set of, you know, rigor and time management and things like that.
Hey, Emerson, it's Tiffany. I just want to jump in and share like a thought on this one, because this particular component, I think, is so important as far as practice goes. So if you can get access to practicing with these tests, regardless if you take, you know, a full class or you get tutoring, or, you know, there's lots of outside kinds of sources that you can get. If you can get access to lots of, you know, free Aamc previously released tests that you can practice with, I think a lot of the skill that you get comes from just practicing. Like Emerson was saying, practicing the endurance, practicing sitting and doing this, you know, getting the opportunity to take a look and be like, oh, you know, this was an area that was more difficult for me, so I want to make sure I spend some more time on this, right? We know that everybody's study plan and like strategy for it is different, but it goes so long, so far for you if you can just spend time. And I know that, you know, finding 7 plus hours in your life is difficult, but I can't recommend it highly enough as a really, really great and easy way for you to feel more comfortable when you actually sit for the exam. And then one other thing I wanted to update, when Emerson was talking earlier about the total matriculants that are going into taking the MCAT and then going on to medical school, we didn't have the breakdown of what the percentage looks like as far as students' ethnicity and race. I did want to share that with you because I know it's something that we hear a lot about in the community currently, and a lot about how they want to improve and make things better. And a lot of why you all are here today with Stalfana, you know, really wanting to increase that diversity across the medical field. And when I was looking at it, we're looking at about 7% African-American Black students and 6.2% on the Hispanic and Latinx students. So we'll be sure to include that more. And I do want you guys to be aware that that is something that across the board, all medical schools really are looking to improve on in the future. So that's just my two cents, sorry.
Oh no, that was definitely very helpful. And part of my position as well, I am in contact with a lot of folks at different colleges and universities in Northern California. So if you do have an organization or you're part of a club that's underrepresented or has folks that are underrepresented in medicine, we do have like deep discounts and partnership agreements for those groups as well. So definitely, if you have questions about that and you're still in undergrad and you want to figure out how can I spread the love to folks who are, you know, underrepresented in medicine, like we can help you get those resources as well. Yeah, also, if you want to access a free practice exam, get that 7-hour experience under your belt. I know you folks are busy pre-health students, but that is an option and something I would be totally open to if you send me an email. The Chem Phys section. So this section is designed to test introductory level biology, organic and inorganic chemistry and physics concepts. So biochem concepts are taught in many colleges and universities in first semester biochem courses. So some of this material is definitely something you may want to brush up on. It also is going to test like basic research methods and statistics concepts described by many baccalaureate faculty as important to success in introductory science courses. So yeah, some of this may be old hat, but it's definitely something worth reviewing before you sit down to take the MCAT. Oop. Wow, I skipped like 10 slides. Sorry, 1 minute, guys. All right, so this is the CARS section, the critical and analytical reasoning skills section. A lot of people think about it as reading comprehension, but it asks you to look at non-scientific passages. So it can range from anything from like ethics to philosophy to studies of diverse cultures, population health, mostly humanitarian and social science disciplines. So if you have a friend in the humanities, like get them some lunch, have them like link you some articles to things that they're reading in class. A lot of folks really underestimate this section because they do think it's just reading comp. But with kind of the focus of your coursework, I think it's worth revisiting and maybe talking through with some of your friends or other circles. So reasoning beyond the text is going to comprise 40%. So that's applying or extrapolating ideas from the passage to new contexts and assessing the impact of introducing new factors or information or conditions to ideas from the passage. Yeah, so also reasoning within the text integrating different components of the text to increase your comprehension. Foundations of comprehension is going to make up about 30%. So understanding the basic components of the text and inferring the meaning of rhetorical devices, word choice, and word structure.
And in this section, one of the things that I've heard a teacher say to students when they ask, what are some of the ways that I can improve in CARS, outside of taking a class or outside of getting tutoring. And one of the things he said is something that Stefana mentioned at the beginning: reading scientific text if you can, so that you can feel comfortable with the language. Kind of like Emerson was mentioning, they're looking for those foundations of comprehension. Can you take the information that you're reading and apply it in a different way? So even if it's like, getting subscriptions to magazines or going to the library and checking out things that you wouldn't normally read for fun, but just teaching yourself to feel comfortable with the language that you'll see really helps in this section. Outside of taking classes or tutoring or just studying with the books, having that confidence with the reading really goes a long way, and I can't say enough about that, as Stefana also mentioned. Reading and more reading.
Yes, definitely. There will be a lot of reading on the MCAT, and a lot of universities provide different access to databases for scholarly articles. There's Google Scholar as well. Reading periodicals like The Atlantic or, wherever your viewpoint is, but having access to those different kinds of texts as well is, like Tiffany said, super duper important, just getting exposure to how things are written. So biochem, this is designed to test that introductory level biology concepts. So it's going to be 65% bio, 25% biochem, 5% general chem, and 5% organic chem. 4 to 6 questions each, and 15 freestanding questions as well. So questions that are not related to a text. Psych-Soc, so psychological, social, and biological foundations of behavior. The section is designed to test psychology, sociology, and biology to provide a solid foundation for learning in medical school about behavioral and sociocultural determinants of health. So test concepts that are taught commonly in first semester psych and soc courses. Like I mentioned earlier, they really only expect you to have like 1 semester under your belt in this respect. And it's mostly demonstrating your scientific inquiry and reasoning skills, familiarity with research methods, statistic skills as they're applied to those behavioral sciences. So again, this will be 4 to 6 questions for each of those 10 passages, and then 15 freestanding questions.
And I think another, just to add in here, a good way to look at this section is they're really looking to see, how you communicate and how you understand passages and are able to regurgitate those back to answers, right? For this section, a lot of what you do as a physician, regardless of which path you take in that, you're working with people in the community. You're working with families who are asking you to be that expert in the room and kind of sharing with them your thoughts because you are the most educated and informed person. So they're really looking at this section of the test to really see, how, your thought process and how you take those information and turn it into the answers to the questions, because that does determine a lot of, what kind of physician you end up becoming. A lot of people want to become doctors for different reasons. Some people want to be in the field to help better their community or be that person who can help people feel more comfortable being in, a doctor's office just from the get-go, right? And that's really what this part of the process of the test is looking to see, how you feel about that and how you'd be able to work well with the clients that come into your office. So putting it into real world context sometimes I think helps it be less scary, right? Like it's not just this section of a test that they're asking you all these questions on, which of course they are. But if you think about the real world implications of this part of the test, it's really important that you feel confident when you're doing this part. That's me, my 2 cents.
Yeah. There's, a lot to be said about access to healthcare and working with folks of different socioeconomic statuses and different cultural backgrounds that they're going to test on the MCAT, but they're also definitely going to want to see in the rest of your application as well, through your service experience, through study abroad experience and things like that, your ability to connect on that level with other people. So after you've done this marathon exam and you've been spent for 7 hours, you have about 3 minutes to void your test on the test day only. So if you think you tanked, if you I don't know, got in a car accident on the way over there and you still went, and you just really are like, I can't submit this to get scored, you have 3 minutes to decide that. So knowing your philosophy on that going in beforehand is going to be really important. These scores can't be reinstated, and it does count as one of your exam takes. So you only have 7 lifetime opportunities to take the MCAT. That's something to think about as well, if you're thinking about taking it again or, applying later after a gap year or something. There's also no refunds. So yeah, just knowing that that is an option for you, but it's a very narrow window of time because you will have been doing that marathon of an exam. So just kind of knowing your philosophy on that going into it is going to be kind of important too. So the design of the exam is also something to keep in mind when it comes to taking the exam. You're going to have a couple of tools at your disposal in regards to the interface. So you're going to have a highlighter to use to highlight different words. It's important not to over highlight because that kind of defeats the purpose, but it is something that you have. You have the ability to strike through things. So if you want to come back to something later and you don't know where you landed, that is something as well. Maybe cross out like a trick word in the question. You have that option. You also have the ability to flag things for review, so you can navigate forward and backwards at the bottom across your different questions and passages, flag something, and then review before you move on to the next section of the exam. So it really kind of empowers you to navigate each section the way that feels most comfortable to you. And practicing with those different tools or anticipating that those will be the ones present is important for, kind of developing your overall strategy. You also, regardless of what section you're on, are going to have access to a periodic table at the bottom. So just know that as well. You don't have to memorize it or anything. That is going to be there for you. And so thinking about strategies for the science sections, I recommend that folks skim first. You want to pass through the section first and just decide right away if you're going to do something now or if you're going to skip based on the first sentence of the passage. So trying to determine that topic really quickly and assess whether it's one of your strengths or not to manage your time more effectively. I also recommend writing headings on the scratch pad with your passage number, the topic, and range of questions, because you don't want to have to be clicking through and not knowing what notes you've taken and what they're referring to, just kind of anticipating that as well. Knowing how to use your scratch paper is going to be important. That's one of the changes that have come up recently, is that it's like a marker board type situation, except you can't really erase. You do have to turn them in as is. So getting familiar with what that looks like. And you can always ask for more as well if you need additional room to work things out. So addressing freestanding questions immediately or marking them to return to later, because you don't have to read a whole passage to kind of figure those questions out. You can really quickly assess whether that's something that you can do now and doesn't take a lot of brain power, or if it's something that needs another glance at another time. So yeah, now skipped and review. Now means you're just going to address the question right away. If you skip it, you're just going to write it under that passage heading. Leave room for your work, so you're not cramming things in unconventional places. And if you've taken the practice test, or which I really encourage you do beforehand, or at least get familiar with the kind of topics to anticipate, you'll know which questions you want to skip, or you'll be like, oh, that's not one of my strength areas. I'm going to save that for later. So knowing yourself is going to be one of the strategies in your toolkit as well. And then, yeah, click that review button and go through your skipped questions before you move on to the next section. I always say mark something down regardless, in case you don't get to come back. And that's where having that kind of guest letter is going to come in handy as well. Yeah, so read the questions before deep diving into a passage and save yourself some time as well. You don't have to read a whole passage most of the time. You should just get yourself primed for what you're looking for beforehand. So anything that you can do to save those seconds, like I said, you have 1 minute and 36 seconds for some of those questions. And so any way that you can save that time is going to be really invaluable to having a more comfortable Mcat experience. The cars section is something that I would approach just a little bit differently. So you want to rank the passages by the first 2 to 3 sentences, since you won't know what the questions are pertaining to as much, and you'd likely be guessing on how difficult they would be to solve. Ordering them, you want to write the heading on your scratch pad and leave room, like I mentioned before. Skim those first couple of sentences and rank accordingly. You can do something now, mark it for later, or if it's like a killer question, if it's going to take a lot of time, just determining that beforehand to create the order that you're most comfortable with. And then looking at all the questions first and highlighting action words in your questions can help you get ready for what you're looking for. So you can kind of focus for, the meat and potatoes content of what the question is asking of you. So after you've looked over all the questions, you preview the last question, sometimes staying on the screen and working the passage with those in mind is going to be really helpful. And once you've identified the main ideas and tone of the passage after you've read it, noting on your pad which questions you've skipped, and then going forward and completing those skipped questions. So really just using that highlighter, trying to identify tone and summarize, and then being primed with those questions so you can just read more easily, so your eyes can go to the things that they need to go to. And just generally, good test taking tips. Feel empowered, do it in the order that you want. Whenever possible, strike through obvious non-answers. So there are going to be there's usually at least one answer option that's like always, never, or something that's like just not relating. So narrow down your chances by eliminating one of those. Read the questions and highlight the verbs so you know what's being asked of you. Do not leave anything blank. Have your guest letter ready for that multiple choice. And taking the practice test, taking the test is its own skill. Building your stamina and simulating that environment is going to be one of the best strategies in your toolkit. So altogether, before you take the Mcat, you want to have big ideas ready. So because you have those limited exam numbers, you can only take 7 in your whole lifetime. Knowing generally, do you want to do an MD or DO program? Do you want to take a gap year to get more experience on your application? Do a post-bac or master's program, or get some of that paid clinical experience, because your MCAT is just one piece of the application process, and the scores you need differ based on kind of your priorities. For instance, like DO programs generally take lower MCAT scores. So those are things that you should be thinking about and mulling over as well. But like,
I just want to add, sorry, one thing in here. And Salfana, you can tell me if I missed that. I know sometimes you in the program talk about post-bac, like in an overall sense. And I think that if there's anyone on this call, our meeting right now, that feels like perhaps the sciences background is not as strong for you, but you know that being a physician like is the future. You're very passionate about that and you want to find a path forward with that. The post-bac route is a really great way to get stronger in those sciences. And oftentimes the post-bac programs will have MCAT preparation built in. So like CSU East Bay has been a partner of the Princeton Review for many years. They have a great post-bac program, and built into that is also helping you prepare for the MCAT. So they build that into the program for you. Same with UC Davis, the pre-health program has a new post-bac that they started a year or two ago that covers lots of different areas, not just MD, but they also have like vet, or if you're looking at going into nursing or something different. So do know that if you feel like the sciences is not your strong suit, there is a route that you can go to get you where you want at the end of the day. Might be a little circuitous from where you're at right now. And I know that Safwan, I just mentioned to you, because in the past, I know we've had conversations about that, or you've had people on your panel that have gone that route and have talked about that. So I just wanted to be sure and throw that out there as we talk a lot about the MCAT component.
Yes, that is very important, because there were a number of speakers before that did post-bac programs. And for those of you who are outside of California, I'm sure there are similar post-bac programs for those to attend, but it's a great way. And then a lot of times they offer the full range of whatever Princeton Review or your MCAT prep program that you're taking, the full range, not just the online one, because most students need more than just the online one. You need the full program, including the part that helps you prepare for your applications for medical school. That is very, very important, you guys, to know. Okay, so make sure somebody just doesn't give you just the online, because you want to get as much support and preparedness as you can, particularly with your applications and your personal statements. Okay,
absolutely. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think I really encourage folks to explore all the different pathways into medical school, just because I think it's really drilled that there's like only one timeline for getting into medical school, or that there's only one option. I know folks have really discounted DO programs in the past, but they're really rigorous as well, and they do get you to become a physician. Those gap years are important for building up those experiences, getting research experience, and even considering like programs in the Caribbean and things like that. If you have like a lower MCAT score, there are multiple ways that you can make your skill set and your situation work to become a physician. So I highly encourage that folks explore those ideas. The MCAT, again, is a part of that larger application. And you might be thinking, oh my gosh, like, what do I do next? When should I be taking the MCAT? What is the timeline for that, I guess, in relation to the other pieces? Getting those secondary essays, fleshing out those activities and experiences, and really nailing down the personal statement that you want to be using. So I will kind of talk about that a little bit. So this timeline is kind of based on a traditional like trajectory where you're starting to think about taking like your MCAT in that third year of undergrad. But it really is just to reflect that the MCAT and medical school application timeline is something that you should be preparing for in a long-term sense, and that it's about a year to do that application process. So you want to have the classes taken that you need to have under your belt for MCAT, and around like October, November, that's when the MCAT registration opens. It's usually the double AMC will put something out on their Twitter account or something. So being on the lookout for that gives you time to like pre-create your account so that you're not creating it the same day that you're trying to get an exam date. Around that November, January time, you want to start drafting your personal statement and start planning those seeds for letters of recommendation so that folks have as much time to get it back to you as possible. I let people know, like, I recommend like April 30th as like the deadline they give to people that are asking for those letters of rec, just so they can be late and give them to you in like May or June, you know what I mean? You don't want to be asking for those for the last minute. They may not be as quality, right? And when you're asking for those letters of rec, try to do it in person so that you can see how folks are reacting to that request, like in their facial expressions and, you know, the words that they say to you, because I think it's really a lukewarm kind of letter of rec can be as like unhelpful as a bad letter of recommendation, right? You want somebody who will like sing your praises, and if they don't seem excited to write it, then that's maybe not somebody you should consider asking, or, you know, you might want to start developing those other relationships and thinking about your other options. Around the February, the next quarter semester that you're in, you want to have your first draft of everything kind of ready to go. So thinking about those 15 activities and experiences that the application asks for, you know, they're about 700 words a piece. So knowing what you want to talk about, if they match those 15 competencies that the application asks for, and then having just your first really rough draft of your personal statement, something that you're planning to get back to, but just like an outline of the story you're trying to tell about why you want to be a physician. And then as you move into February, March area, keep revising. And by April, you want to have that finalized, send out that letter of recommendation reminder. You should know what activities and experiences you're going to be talking about. And that is to lead up to May to key in your application, eventually submit your primary application and send out those transcripts so that you have as much time as possible to hopefully take an exam, and then if you need to, take another exam. People really do well when they take a second MCAT exam. They say 90% of folks really usually improve their score, but the reality is that most folks only take it one time. And so starting this process as early as possible is really going to give you more time for everything. So the earlier you can key in that application, the earlier you take the MCAT, the earlier you can do your application, the earlier you get those secondaries back, and the turnaround time is a lot quicker. And since the application process is on a rolling basis, you know, those seats get filled up really fast. And if you're doing things late, you're vying for a smaller and smaller pool of spots, essentially. As far as secondaries go, some schools automatically send out those secondaries, whether or not you meet those their qualifications. So that's something to keep in mind as well, making sure that you're prepared to send those out and that you're you're putting the right name of the school in the right essay questions and things like that, because that's really where they're trying to see why their school specifically. Interviews are granted around August and all the way through January. So that's the time for those 3 to 5 interviews that I was talking about. You don't want to do your top school first, you know, you don't want that to be your first interview. And you don't want it to be your last, because again, that pool gets smaller. So thinking strategically about that. miniature timeline as well. When's going to work best to interview for which school. And
I just
then
want to jump
October
in
is
on
when
an
those first.
interview really quick, interview prep.
Yeah.
I'm sure Stefana has lots to say about this part too, and thankfully she has lots of partners through her program that can help students out with this component. But I will say, I know that some of you are not in California where we are, but the Princeton Review does help students through partnerships with student orgs at your school. So depending on what school you go to and what student orgs you belong to, part of what we do with our student org partners is we do mock interview sessions that you can set up with your student organization, and they're free to you all, and they're just meant to be practice for you to kind of help students prepare and get the jitters out and kind of have a plan as best they can on the different programs that they might be getting interviews from. So just know that you can definitely reach out to us about that. If you aren't sure if your group partners with us, feel free to ask. We can always take a look and figure it out. But I also know that Stefana's program helps students with this component as well by connecting you with people who've gone through this, and that can help give you insight. Obviously, that's why you're here. And I know that it's ongoing for you, Stefana, right? Like over the course of the year, students have access to getting that help from you when they can. So just know that there's lots of support around that process when you get there.
Yes, that is absolutely correct. And if they're in California, of course, we're going to connect them to you or wherever they are. And if they're out of California, if you don't have information or don't know, that's fine. Just let us know and we'll try to do that. The other thing is, this question about post-baccalaureate. So that means after you finish your BA or BS degree, for anybody that didn't quite gather what post-bac means. It's just a short.
I apologize.
Yes. Yeah, no, it was not you. It was somebody that asked about taking courses during.
It'd be nice if you could do them concurrently, but that would be a lot, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was just explaining in case anybody else didn't know what post-baccalaureate means.
We forget sometimes. I apologize.
Okay.
We're in it all the time. We have these shortcut keywords.
Yeah,
right?
I do too.
Yeah,
I do
that's
too.
what it means.
Okay. All right. Just wanted to define it. Thank you. Okay, so you get a lot of questions about, there's questions about letters of recommendations. If you want to, I don't know if you're moving on with your timeline.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah. So just answer we'll feed the questions to you so you don't have to read them.
Yeah, I'm answering them in the chat as you go, Emerson. So you can keep going.
Keep going, Emerson.
But
okay.
Denisa, thank you for answering that. Generally 3 to 5, and it depends on the program and the school. They'll let you know kind of in there and what they would like to see, but Denisa has got it right for you. So
okay.
Thanks.
Okay, keep going.
So I know folks are in a lot of different areas on that timeline. They're doing different things. So if you take away anything, you do have resources, and I'm going to talk a little bit about those. We have a med school management tool on the Princeton Review website. So it's a place to put in your activities and experiences as you do them, to keep track of them, and then it prints out into this really cool kind of CV looking document. So I will show you that. It's broken down kind of by academics, by the different competencies that they're looking for. And so you can talk about your awards, your scholarships, basically anything that you might want to mention throughout your application process, anything about those experiences that you want to talk about. So it kind of looks like this when it's broken down. You can put what year you did it, for how long. It's basically just so that, when you're applying, you don't have to be shuffling through old planners to figure out when you did something back in 2018 or whatever, really just to keep you on track. You enter it like you would enter it on the actual application, which is helpful as well. So you really have that piece of it prepared beforehand. And it has little goals for you, according to the goals that are kind of expected on the application, but you can edit those as well. So this is not just for folks going through to a traditional MD program. You can also use it if you're going to dental school, or going to take the DAT test. It's really just a versatile tool. It's totally free. And I hear folks all the time say, wow, I wish I knew about that before I had to apply, So thinking ahead of time, no matter where you are, if you're a freshman, you can start using this to kind of look at your experiences and accumulating those in one place. So yeah, it's free, it's functional, and then you don't have to think about it anymore. You can send it as a brag sheet to your letter writer so they can speak to more of your experiences. You can reference your own skills when inquiring about opportunities with your health advisor or folks on campus. You can track your awards and research and experience in real time. And again, you can use it as a super detailed CV and start kind of thinking about the narrative that you're going to present throughout the application process. You want to use your resources. As we've mentioned, like we're here for you. Through the Princeton Review, you have $500 off that course as a course discount for being involved with this program. We also offer free practice tests. There's that management tool I mentioned, and we can do one-on-one free consultations to kind of talk about where you are in the application process and what the next best steps would be for you and what resources are available to you. So you are not in this alone. You don't have to figure it out by yourself. There is a way to get you into med school, and the earlier you kind of start thinking about that, the better. So just feel free to reach out to me about those discounts. And again, I'll be providing links to those resources in that email, as well as we're going to be providing these slides online for your reference so that you can go over them too. So yeah, I know that Tiffany's been answering questions in the chat as we've been going along, but I just wanted to quickly see if anybody had any last minute questions on their mind or things they wanted to comment on.
I think we answered them all as we went.
Oh, Tiffany, you're a rock star. Thank you.
Mariah's been exceptionally helpful with lots of information. Mariah, I'm guessing you recently went through this process from the amount of information that you have, or you are very good at remembering everything that you did. So I appreciate all of that awesome resource information you've been sharing as we go. And I would just, second with Emerson and Stefana that you all have started the process by being in the right place today and getting access to the resources and help that you can, because it can feel really daunting if you are alone in this process, but having like a group of people that are doing the same thing as you is immensely helpful and supportive. And, finding those study groups and those like-minded people will really help you stay on track and just kind of keep that goal in mind. And if it takes you a little bit longer, that's okay, right? Like, it's not a swift process, but it can be a really rewarding and lifelong one for those of you who are passionate about it.
Yeah, thank you guys for having
muted.
me.
Stefana, you're muted. I don't know if you're talking to us, but
I think, thank you, Emerson.
There you are.
I think you need to take down your slide. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So we can see Tiffany.
There you are.
There she is.
I'll turn on my video. I'll turn on my video. There I am.
Okay, there we are. Okay. All right. All right. Thank you, Emerson. Thank you so much. Does anybody have any burning questions of Emerson or Tiffany about this? About the whole thing of the MCAT? I know that she went through a lot of details, more specific than before, Okay.
Yeah, and we're always happy to do like consultations or one-on-ones, or like I said, come out and talk to your student orgs where literally we could spend an hour just talking about the interview process, or we could spend an hour just talking about letters of recommendations. This is just kind of giving you guys an overview, high-level overview to get you started thinking about all the other pieces. So feel free to reach out.
Would you just speak to one more thing, which some students may or may not know, that you guys do help them prepare so many applications and their whole package?
Absolutely, yes. Yeah.
How that works.
Yeah, so the Princeton Review also, we're most well known, obviously, for helping students with actually preparing for the MCAT, but we also have an admissions department that helps with the whole process, right? I think the great first step tool is the one that Emerson mentioned, that med admissions tool. That's a free resource for you. So the earlier you are in your plan for medical school and you can start keeping track of that, that's going to be immensely helpful. So then by the time you get to the actual admissions process, like you've started your account and you're getting ready to do the application, if you have access to like your med admissions tool where you can just pop all the information out in this kind of resume / CV, it'll make it a lot easier for you, right? Because sometimes we forget the things that maybe we should articulate when we're putting our application together because it was 2 or 3 years ago. So that's a great way to kind of keep yourself on track. But the Princeton Review does have a department where if you just want help with, you know, secondaries, going through that process, you can get help with that kind of thing. If you feel like you need all the help in the world for the entire thing, there's access for that as well. And we do have discounts for those. Just for you all who are going through this program, and we will include all that information to you and to Salfana when we get everything together. And we also have discounts on tutoring. So if you feel like, you know, there's only one part of the test that you really need help with, you don't necessarily want to take like a full-on class. You've already identified an area that, you know, maybe the bio component is the most stressful for you and you just want help with that. There are things that you can do just around that and not have to take a whole class, I guess, if that makes sense. And we have discounts on those kinds of things too for you all. So I'll be sure to get all of that information out to you and to Salfana for future reference. But yeah, absolutely. Know that we're here to support you. We have access for all kinds of things and discounts for all those things for you as well.
Thank you, Tiffany.
Thank you.
So much.
Of course.
Okay. All right. And by the way, we will share your emails with her also. So you guys remember to respond. Doctor's on board in that subject line, so she will know. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you, Emerson. And now I think you want to talk a little bit about the SAT, ACT?
I do. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Let me see if I can. So I have a PowerPoint. Can I share my screen? I can. So hang on 2 seconds. Let me open up my PowerPoint. So for those of you who are in high school and are on this call, I'm actually going to go and kind of talk about the SAT, the ACT, like where we're at with this world of test optional admissions and like how those things even fit in, talk about the AP. So give me 2 secs and I'm going to pull this up and then we're going to get into that. All right, let me open this back up and share my screen. If you are in college and you've already gone through this process, feel free to jump off the call. We will be in touch with you. But if you are in high school and want to kind of get an idea of what the next step for you is, that's what I'm about to talk about now. So let me just share my screen and let me go to my slideshow. Hang on, it's thinking. I'm hoping everyone can see me. And then I'm in slideshow mode. I can see some of you, but not all of you. Miss Carolyn and Salfana, I can see both of you.
Yes, we can see you. We can see you.
Awesome. So I will try to leave some time at the end for questions, but feel free to pop them into the chat and then I can just kind of run down them as we go or at the end for sure. There's no question that's off limits here, right? Like don't feel like there's anything silly. Nothing is off limits. I want you to ask me if you don't know and we'll find out for you.
And you put your slides in from the beginning. We don't see that. So you may need to share your screen again.
Uh-oh.
We see your actual PowerPoint deck. And no.
Oh, okay. Let me try that again. Hang on 2 seconds. So are you seeing right now a screen that says top factors for first-time freshmen?
We see just you right now. So please share it again.
What is going on here? Sorry. All right, let's try again. Sharing my screen. Oh, you know why it's doing that? Hang on 2 seconds. I have it open in like multiple windows. Give me a second. I'm going to close it from all these places and try again. Okay. Let's see if it wants to do it now. Oops. Okay, bear with me 2 seconds. Make sure I've got the one that's for you all today. Perfect. Let me make sure this is my one that I got ready. Yep, it is. Awesome. Okay. Okay, so are you seeing my screen that says SAT, ACT are standardized tests right for me?
Yes, but not in slideshow view.
Oh.
So if you want to go through it this way, that's fine. Just make the slide bigger.
Intriguing. I wonder why it's doing that. Display settings. Let's see. How about that?
That's it.
That's
Did
it.
you get it?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is just kind of my page to let you know what I'm going to talk about. So truth and misconceptions about tests and test optional. So I'm definitely going to share with you all the information that I have about what this means, so that you're as prepared as you can be. I'll talk about the SAT versus the ACT, what's similar, what's a little different, so that you can make the best choice if that is a path forward for you. And then I'll talk about some ideas for improving your scores and your application overall. So just giving you kind of insights that I have. I've been doing this for the Princeton Review for about the last 7 years. I've been working with Salfana all this time on her programs as well. Prior to that, I worked in admissions for a college. So I definitely have a wide variety of information and background that I'm going to share with you all today as we go through this. So let's start with truth and misconceptions. So some top factors for first-time freshmen. These things have always been true. I want to just share that with you, right? Like there's a lot of talk about getting rid of tests altogether, which has been great in some regard, but I will share with you that most of the schools have always looked at the holistic vision of a student, right? You've never been just one thing. They try to look at all of the things about you. The most important being your high school curriculum and what kind of grades you were getting in high school, right? Nothing tells the story better of what you've been able to accomplish in 4 years than just sitting for this one test score, right? So just kind of keep that in mind as we go through this. And let's talk about test optional admissions, okay? This one's really important to know because there's a lot of different things about this. I like to start with letting you know that a lot of schools have been test optional for a long time. So it's not a new concept. It's new to Californians, I think. I know that some of you on the call aren't in California per se, but in California, when COVID started, it kind of accelerated the conversations that the UCs in particular had already been having, right? They've already been thinking about the SAT and the ACT and trying to figure out if it was really a valuable tool, knowing that, you know, it changed the equity a little bit, right? Some students couldn't get access to the kinds of things that other students could. And did that make a difference with whether or not a student actually got into a school? So they accelerated their process and went into what was originally going to be a test optional situation, and then eventually became a test blind situation for the UCs. So as we go through here, I'm going to kind of share with you the differences. But the thing to know about test optional is that it means they're not requiring the SAT or the ACT score for your admissions consideration. If you do decide to take the SAT or the ACT, and you have those scores and you've been accepted to UC Berkeley or you've been accepted to UCLA, they may let you submit those scores for the benefit of waiving out of lower level classes, or there may be scholarships that aren't necessarily related to the school that might be accessible for you based on how you do on those tests, right? So if it is a path for you that taking those tests, then know that it's valuable, even if you don't need it to get into these schools, right? Test optional also means that schools are receiving a lot more applications. So they're needing to look at lots of students. Anything that you can do to help yourself stand out is a valuable asset, right? So if the tests are in that bucket for you, then know that it's a valuable thing for you to do. If schools have scholarships that require these scores, or if things are outside of the school that are going to need these scores, you know, that's kind of when you want to consider taking these tests. All right. So I want to share with you first, like some of the schools and what I've been seeing, because it changes all the time. That's the number one thing that is a takeaway that I've learned from this process and that I'll share with you all, is that as you're getting ready to make your list of schools that you want to apply to, take a look at their requirements. Because with the advent of test optional, a lot of schools are different now than what they may have been before. And you want to make sure that you have a checklist so that you can be prepared for all of the different kinds of programs that you might be looking at, right? So I tried to get some samples of the different schools that I thought students might be familiar with. I apologize. I know some of you aren't in California. I tried to get a gambit here. So Cal Poly is what we call in California, Cal State University. So what they were telling us was that for now, and I believe this will be going forward because the CSUs just had a vote on this, they're going to be test optional. So meaning that you do not have to submit the scores for your application, but if you take the test and you feel like the scores are a value add, you can give them to the school after you've been accepted. University of Washington. So this is a school that a lot of students on the West Coast and beyond apply to, especially if you're looking at going into a pre-health career or looking at being a physician. They have an excellent medical school program, so you may consider it for undergrad as well. They are test optional now as well. And they went into this and said they'll permanently be test optional. So really, if you feel like the test score, you took it and you did well, and it makes you a stronger applicant, it's something you would want to submit when you apply, but you do not have to. If you took the test and you didn't feel like it makes you a more outstanding student, you can decide of your own accord, you know what, I don't want to put that in there. I don't think I'm going to need it to stand out. That's the really wonderful thing about test optional. UCLA. So UCLA is part of the UC system here. It is the #1 most applied to school in America. That's a public school. So know that while they have moved into a test blind for the SAT and the ACT for the admissions process, they're looking at, most importantly, your undergrad, or excuse me, we just got off the Mcat call, your 4 years of high school curriculum and how you did with that. So that's the #1 most important thing for the UCs, along with your personal statements and your extracurriculars. But again, if you do take the SAT or the ACT and you get accepted to UCLA, you can submit those scores later for the purposes of waiving out of lower level classes or placing into higher level math or English or science, which would help you save some money and some time, right, at the end of the day. And then Stanford, I like to just put one of the more popular, close to Ivy programs that we have here on the West Coast. They are a private school, so they do things a little bit differently. Currently, they are temporarily test optional. We're not sure what their choice will be in the future. So for those of you who are younger in your career of high school and you're not set to apply in the next coming cycle, make sure you take a look at the time that you're ready to start doing your applications and see what these schools are asking of you, right? So Stanford was saying they were going to be test optional because they understood that a lot of students, you know, couldn't get access to taking these tests, and it wasn't fair for them to make it a requirement. So they went into the test optional phase. They may stay that way. They may not. They haven't said for the future fully which way they'll go yet. But they do say the same kind of thing, that they wanted students to have that choice. If you felt like test scores made you a more competitive applicant, then you should by all means be allowed to submit them, right? If you felt like they weren't something that made you more competitive, then you didn't have to. So I feel like a lot of schools will kind of stay in this test optional realm. That's just my feeling from the different events and things that I've gone to or heard people speaking, leaving it up to the students to decide whether or not that was something that was valuable for them, I think is a really strong component. All right, so remember though, the many merit scholarships are directly tied to the ACT or the SAT. So these are just a couple. I'm going to throw them up here for you. So if these are things that you're thinking about, you want to make sure and take a look at what the requirements are to be able to apply for those scholarships, right? Anything that we can do to make college less costly, we should try to do, right? That's kind of how I look at it. The National Merit Scholarship is directly tied to your PSAT scores. So for those of you who are juniors, rising juniors next year, when you take the PSAT, you're automatically entered into the National Merit Scholarship Fund. So that is a scholarship that's related to those PSAT scores. If you're a sophomore and you took the PSAT for practice, don't worry, it's not official yet. It doesn't go into any special buckets. It's just meant to be practice for you. And then there's state funded scholarships that are oftentimes around these. But in California, we also have the Cal Grant, which is not related to your SAT or ACT, but related to your GPA. So just know that when you're thinking about scholarships or grants or any kind of funding, that you want to make sure you take a look at what the requirements are so that you can kind of be prepared. You know, the most important thing to remember is that if there's anything in your application process that's requiring these tests of you, then that means that your process isn't test optional. So I just want you to make sure that you're aware of that, right? So I don't want any students that are on this call to get into a predicament where they really wanted to apply to a particular school, but they didn't realize that they needed to have the test, and now they've missed the window to do it, and no longer can apply to that program, right? So kind of going back to what I said on the MCAT call earlier, the early bird gets the worm. So you want to make sure that you are informed and prepared and know all the steps that you need to go through for the process. All right, so let's talk a little bit about the tests themselves, right? I like to start with first talking a little bit about what makes them different from what you're most experienced with in high school and why they should be prepared for in a different way. One of the things I think is the most surprising is that with high school tests, most of the time, you're related to limited subject matter, right? Like you are in a class and the teacher wants to test you on a subject that they've just gone over with you. Like they're really just looking for limited information to make sure that it's sunk in. You don't often get years of material all together on one test, which on the SAT or the ACT you will. So that's just something to look at it differently, right? Like you're going to prepare a little bit differently. The content knowledge. So on high school tests, like I just mentioned, the teachers want to know that you understood the content that they just taught you. That's what they're testing. Whereas on the standardized test, they're looking more for years of information, and you can't memorize it because it will be surprising to you what they might cover. So you have to go at the SAT or the ACT with a little bit of a different strategy of how you're going to do well on that. With your high school test, you usually have plenty of time, right? Like the teachers design the test to meet the time constraint of your class lecture. Or if they give you a take-home test, they tell you, you know, you have this amount of time, I want it back at the end of the week. With standardized tests, whether it be your AP test, your SAT, or your ACT, there is a time constraint. And a lot of times that can make it more challenging for students if they didn't practice with that, right? So you want to make sure that you practice taking those SATs, those ACTs, those AP tests, so that you're not surprised by the stress of the time. Partial credit or extra credit. So one of the things we find a lot with students that are in your high school classes, the teachers know you, right? Like they know Tiffany, they know Stalfana. They might give partial credit to my test score because they're like, oh, well, she understood the concept, but she might have got the answer wrong, or vice versa, right? She might have got the answer right, but she didn't necessarily understand the concept completely. When you're taking standardized tests, they are strictly right or wrong answers, right? A bubble sheet's grading it for you. So it doesn't know you any differently than it does a student at a different school. So just things for you to keep in mind when you're preparing for them, that you prepare in that different way. Another thing, high school tests are usually graded by your teachers or a TA or somebody in the class, whereas standardized tests are graded by a machine, right? So a little bit different. You want to make sure that you practice with the bubble sheet, that you know how to fill them in correctly, that you don't miss things, that you don't erase things that you shouldn't have, because the machine's not going to know, oh, Tiffany actually meant to erase that and accidentally bubbled it on the wrong line. So practicing with all of that stuff in advance will help you feel more confident when you actually go to take the test, right? And then the last one is that one element of your overall grade, whereas with the SAT, it's just one score, right? So usually with tests in school, you might not be the best test taker, but you might be really good at taking care of your homework, right? On a regular basis. So you have something in your class to balance you out. That's kind of the difference with those SAT, those ACT, or those AP scores, is it's just one score that's kind of saying, you know, this is how Tiffany did on this thing on this day. And I think that's a lot of the reason why a lot of the universities decided that it didn't need to be a primary factor in how they were judging you as a student, right? Because looking at your entire 4 years of school is so much more telling of you than just this one score on this one particular day. But I share all of that with you so that you know when you're practicing or preparing for those APs or the SAT or the ACT that you do it differently than you might do for a test in school, because they are not, you know, IQ tests. They are not saying, you know, the merit about you other than how you did on this particular day on this particular thing. So just keep all of that in mind when you're practicing for them. All right, so which test should I take? The SAT or the ACT, right? So students, you can actually do either one of them. You could do both of them, or you could do neither of them, right? So this is kind of your choice now, which is an amazing thing, I think, about where you all are at in the process and kind of how it shook out for your life, is that you have more choice than any of the students did before you, depending on where you're thinking about going to school and what your future holds for you. So I'll talk to you a little bit about the test so that you can figure out which one you would take or which one you might not want to do at all. So they're pretty similar in the amount of time that it takes. There are 3 hours of testing time. There are multiple choice questions. The SAT has one little free form, but it's only for math. And then it covers pretty specific subjects, right? Reading comprehension, grammar, sentence completion or correction. And then with math, you're usually looking at the bulk of it's going to be algebra 1 and 2. So depending on where you're at in school, what level of math you've got to, you may feel more comfortable with that. But it will be some basic arithmetic that you would see on there, all the way up to a couple of trigonometry type of questions. But again, all this can be studied for and prepared for. But both of the tests are similar in that regard of what they cover. And then looking at them side by side. So the SAT is mostly multiple choice, math grid in questions. So there is one section on the math right now with the SAT that you actually have to hand write in the answers. And then there's no calculator allowed. So that's kind of a little bit different. Depending on what year you all are in school right now. So if anybody on this call is a freshman, by the time you are taking the SAT or the ACT, it will be a digital test. So it will no longer be a paper pencil option for you with the SAT. It's going to be completely on a computer. So just know that that will be a little bit different. I wish I had more information on that specifically, but it's brand new. They just told us this, right? So any practice that you can get, and I have access to some digital ones that I can share with you that are free. So anybody that's a high school student that's younger, let me know if you're interested and I can hook you up and get you enrolled to take some free practice digital ones. So that's just for future reference. But the ACT is exclusively multiple choice and has an optional essay. Most schools aren't requiring that you take these essays anymore. So if you don't have to, you don't need to, don't worry about that. And then both of them are going to cover pretty similar subjects: reading, writing, and language, which is the grammar, math, and then the ACT does have a separate science section. But the thing to know about that is that it's much more kind of a reading comprehension. So if you're thinking, oh, I'm great at science, I have the periodic table memorized, I definitely want to take the ACT so that I can stand out in that science, just know that it's more of a reading comprehension, extrapolating data from graphs and charts. So it's not so much about having scientific information memorized. It's more about, you know, do you have that kind of mind that can look at data and kind of put it into a scientific research type of way. And then looking at the scoring. So the SAT is 400 out of 1600. You're going to get 200 out of 800 per section. And then they put those together and get your composite score. The ACT is 1 out of 36 overall. So each section, there's 4 of them on the ACT, are scored 1 out of 36. And then it gives you an average of all of those. That's your overall composite score. So just something to know on the scoring variances. Like I said, they're roughly similar, about 3 hours. They're actually going to be a little bit shorter, the SAT, if you're younger, like I mentioned, those freshmen who have taken it as a digital, they're telling us it's going to be about 2.5 hours. So that's a blessing, right? Even if the digital component doesn't necessarily sound awesome, it will be shorter. So that's always great, not having to kind of go through that endurance part. And then you're looking at more questions on the ACT. So on the SAT, there's 154 questions in total. On the ACT, there's 215. And the reason for that is that the ACT tends to ask the questions a little bit more straightforward. They have a little bit more of a modern text that you would be reading from. So if you don't necessarily enjoy reading, 19th, 20th century literature, or you don't necessarily like that kind of language, right, that you would see in some of those texts, the SAT might not be as comfortable a test for you as the ACT. So that's just something to kind of keep in mind. The best way to know which one you would prefer is to take a practice test of each of them. Take a look at your scores. Take a look at how comfortable you felt with the content and the style of how they ask the questions. And then that's the test that you go for, right? You don't have to do one or the other. Schools accept both or either of them or neither of them. So that's all kind of up to you. All right, so let's look at the ACT in particular. So as I mentioned, there's more questions. They expect you to be able to go a little bit faster because they don't really try to trick you too much with the language that they use. A lot of times I've heard from students who have English as their second language that they preferred the ACT because it wasn't as tricky with the kinds of questions that they asked, but they do expect you to be able to read quickly and get through more questions. So just kind of a note on that. If you're a little bit of a slower reader, the ACT might not feel as comfortable as the SAT. Gives you a little bit more time per question. And then again, if you look at the SAT, it's less questions, just about the same amount of time. Another real differentiator between them is that currently the SAT has a section that is no calculator. So if you are attached at the hip to your calculator for your math classes, you really might like the ACT better right now because you can use a calculator for the whole test. In the new world, in the digital SAT in the future, you'll be able to use a calculator for the whole test. That's what we hear so far. So more details to come on that in the future for those of you who are younger, but feel free to make sure and take down my email. And if you have questions as we get closer, I'm happy to share whatever info I get, pass it on to you. All right. So I do want to talk about some common mistakes that I see students running into when they are taking these tests, right? And some pointers that I can give you now while I have you is that answering questions too quickly. So one of the things to know that if you practice with these free practice tests that you can get your hands on, it will help you feel more comfortable with the kinds of questions that they ask. So you'll be less likely to feel like you have to rush through it, right? Answer things too quickly, making silly mistakes that happens to all of us, right? Choosing the answers carelessly. So if you go and sit for the SAT and you never had any practice with it, you are more likely to make careless answer choices because you didn't practice. You didn't get, those strategies and those tips and tricks that you can get. Doing work in your head. So with both the SAT and the ACT, you do get scratch paper. You do get a booklet that you can write in. So you want to make sure that if you even feel like remotely you're curious about what the answer might be, it doesn't automatically come to you. Write it down. Use that scratch paper to work it out. You do have time for all of that. Don't do the work in your head if you don't have to. And then misreading. So this happens a lot for students who didn't take the time to practice in advance. They misread what the actual question's asking them, and then they get trapped into the answers that are not correct, but that the SAT or the ACT wants to drive you to, right? So all I can say is practice, practice, practice where you can with whatever you can, and you're going to be automatically feeling more confident when you go to take the test. And that kind of leads into the common mistake of not understanding what to do, right? If you practice in advance, like with anything, you're going to feel more confident because you will understand what's being asked of you. You'll understand, what they want you to do. You won't make silly mistakes because you've had some practice with it, just like with anything that we do. All right, so now we're going to talk about some of the things that the SAT and the ACT are going to try to trick you with. I'm going to give you some practice ones right now and try to show you ways that we cannot be predictable, right? Not fall into those traps. So I want everybody to think of a number, any number. Just think of a number in your head. I want you to rule out, and I'm going to try to see if I can see the chat. I don't know, Stefana, if you're still watching or listening, you might be able to help me out on this one since I don't know if I can see the chat. I'm going to try. So pop into the chat if you have a number that is less than 100.
104.
If you thought of a number that's less than 100, just say yes or no in the chat. Anybody, pipe it in there.
Yes.
All right, a lot of yeses, nice. Anybody have a number that was negative? Did you come up with a negative number? Like negative 10, negative 12? No, nobody, okay. I said there were no rules. All I said was a number. I didn't specify any connotations to it. How many of you picked a number that was less than 10? 10 or below? See, I lured you into that. Oh, I see a couple of no's. Nice job. So this is what the test takers know about us, right? They know we are predictable. They are trying to trap us into the wrong answers simply by saying, there really are no rules. Do whatever you want, right? But you still, everybody kind of fell into that really small bucket because we're predictable. The thing to know about the SAT and the ACT test writers is that they know this about us. They want to trap us and trick us. So what we're going to try to do is come up with some strategies to not fall into that trap, right? Okay, let's try another one. What do cows drink? Type it into the chat for me. Oh, you guys are pretty good. You didn't fall for it. What is the color? Oh, look at you all. You guys have heard this one before. Nobody fell for my trap. Nice job. Cows drink water to produce milk, right? I did not lure you with my picture, but the SAT and the ACT writers, they would try to lure you with that type of question, right? Just by kind of implanting something into your mind with the picture, they are trying to lure you into putting in the wrong answer. So just some things to know, kind of going back to that, prepare and be ready so that you don't fall for these simple little traps, right? You're already in the right place today by getting this information from me. Okay, moving on. They want to trick you, right? I'm just going to be straight up with you. They are trying to trick you. Their goal is to not make it easy on you so that you have to practice and prepare so that you do not fall into those traps. So nice work. All right. So let's talk about the tests moving on. I'm going to give you guys some strategies and tips and tricks that we teach students in our classes. But first we'll talk about what's a good score, right? I get this question all the time. Students simply want to know, like, what do I have to try to achieve to get what I want, right? What's a good score? But what I will tell you about a good score is that the only answer is the score that gets you where you want to go. It's as simple as that. Of course, everybody wants to get an A+, right? Or they want to get that 1600, they want to get that 36, because it always feels better to, you know, get the best that you can. But really, the goal is to get you where you want to go. And what you need to know is what kind of average scores those schools might be looking for. And this is just a sample chart. Like I mentioned, a lot of schools, especially in California, aren't even looking at scores anymore for the entrance exam. So it's just important for you to make sure you have a list. If you're thinking about schools that you'd like to go to, take a look at what the average students were coming in the year before with as far as SAT or ACT or AP scores, or what their overall GPA was, right? The more information you have, the better prepared you're going to be, and the more you can help yourself stand out in that process. All right, so we talked a lot about the test. We talked about the scores. Let me give you some ideas of how you can improve your score, right? So strategy, pacing, number one, right? I told you that it's important that you practice with the tests, right? So any opportunity you can get for free practice, whether it be through school, through an after school club, through Khan Academy, through the Princeton Review or Kaplan or Rev Prep, whoever, you can get free practice, the better off you're gonna be, because pacing is really important when a test is this long. So I'm going to go back to the old tortoise and the hare story, right? I think we've all heard this from childhood about if you run too fast, you're going to run out of time and you're not going to make it to the end. Or if you go too slow, right? Slower might be better. It comes into play when you're thinking about these tests, because it's important that you get the answer correct, not that you just finish, right? So a lot of students want to rush through it and thinking, oh, I just want to get all the answers, and that means more to me than actually getting the answers correct. But sometimes if you are that slower paced tortoise and you take your time to get the answers correct, you're actually going to end up with a higher score, because it's more important point-wise that you get the answer right than that you get all the answers done. So that's kind of where pacing comes in. So with both the SAT and the ACT, you can move around within the actual component of the test that you're in. So you can't like skip to another section, but if you're in the SAT reading section, you can jump around within that section. So you want to try to do the now, later, and not at all strategy, right? So now means that you've read a question and you immediately are like, oh my gosh, I know the answer to this. Like, I don't even have to think about it, right? So I'm going to answer that one, and I know I'm going to get the answer right. So more points for me. The later is the one that you look at and you go, I don't know, I could probably figure this out. It might take me a minute, right? Like if it's math, I might have to do a little handwork to figure it out. If it's reading, I might just need to maybe think about it a little bit longer. So I'm going to circle that one and I'm going to come back to it. That's going to be a later. And then the last one is the not at all. That's the one that you look at and go, oh my gosh, don't have any idea what these people are asking me. I don't know what this question is. Like, I'm going to have to guess, right? You're going to save that one for last. The reason being is that I want you to have the most time on the questions that you're going to get right. And then the second most time on the ones that you have to think about, because I don't want you to get hung up on one that you don't know the answer to, and you end up spending 10 minutes staring at it. And then you've lost all this other time to work on the ones that you could do really well on, right? So the not at all you save for the guessing, right? Like, I want you all to be totally prepared for this so that you don't have to guess on anything. But inevitably, I know that sometimes there are things you're going to have to guess on. So that's when you go into the letter of the day strategy, right? Don't make a pattern. Don't like, oh, A, B, C, D, I'm going to make a star. I'm going to make a crisscross. I want you to pick one letter. It could be A, B, C, or D, E, F, J, K, depending on if you're taking the ACT. And that's the letter that you use if you have to, right? If you feel like you don't know, you're going to pick B. And that's what you're going to use for any question that you don't know the answer to. Because at the end of it, you're going to have a 1 out of 4 chance that you might pick up some points on those. But what I don't want is that one question sucking up all your time so that you run out of time and have to guess on stuff that you could have gotten right, right? So a little bit slower, a little bit more pre-planning and kind of picking now, later, and not at all. It's going to help you pick up some points. So we teach that more in depth when we're looking at pacing in like a class or through your self-pace, but just know that that's a really good strategy to help you not run out of time. All right, up next, POE, we call this one, process of elimination. So for this one, I am going to ask everybody to type into the chat if you know the capital of Mali. Pop it into the chat. I've got my little chat window open. If you know, pop it in there. If you don't know, say IDK, whatever you want. Okay, some IDKs. Thank you, Miss Brooklyn, Emmanuel, Elijah, Melissa. Thank you, thank you. Okay, so a lot of IDKs. So now I'm going to go to the next slide, and then you're going to tell me if you know the answer now. Kid, you probably guessed what the answer is. Thank you, Christabel. If you knew that before I put that up, nice job. Good job, lots of E's. So now you all got the answer right, just through the simple process of elimination. So this is a strategy that we teach students in our classes as well, because sometimes you will get stuck on reading the question and you don't look at the answers. Whereas if you would have looked at the answers first and then read the question, it would have saved you a lot of time and you could have gone a lot faster, right? Because simply by the process of elimination, you know it's not all those other ones for the most part. You're going to pick up some time just by answering E. So that's just another strategy that you could apply. And you could apply this to any test, frankly. If you are taking a test in high school class, using the process of elimination oftentimes will help you at the very least narrow it down, right? If you're like, I know it's not this, I have a 50-50 chance of picking the right answer because I've eliminated the stuff I know it won't be. So that's another strategy that we teach students through our classes, or you're even going to see that probably in the free Khan Academy courses or anywhere really that you're learning test taking strategy. That's one of the things that they're going to help you, because at the end of the day, I want to give you as much time to really think about the ones that you need to and be able to go faster through the ones that you don't need to spend as much time on. All right, so we talked kind of about the tests. We talked about whether or not they're optional. I'm looking at my clock. Okay, we've got a little bit of time left. So how do you stand out in the test optional world, right? I think that's a lot of things that students are running into right now is like, what do I even do with all of this stuff, right? I'm no longer just the score, but I'm also not just my transcript. I'm also not just the school that I went to. You're all those things. So being able to stand out and be competitive, especially if you're thinking of going into the medical field, where a lot of students are just as talented and smart and driven as you, finding ways to stand out is really helpful. So I'm going to take you through what the college admissions applicants are looking at when they're reviewing your application, right? So number one, most important thing is your high school transcript. One of the things that the schools have shared with us is that they look at where you went to school. They look at what kind of opportunities were afforded to you at that school and what did you do with those, right? They certainly understand that not every school is the same. If you go to a school that offers 12 AP classes versus you went to a school that offered 4, they're taking that into consideration when they're looking at your application. But what they really want to know is what did you do with whatever you got, right? If you went to the school that only offered you 4 AP classes, did you take all 4? How did you do in them? Were they relevant to what you considered yourself wanting to do in the future, right? So if all of you on this call are thinking about being physicians, naturally good AP classes would be for you in the STEM fields, right? So math, physics, bio, chemistry, if those kinds of opportunities are afforded to you where you're going to school, I highly recommend you take advantage of them if you can. What I don't recommend is doing them all at the same time. So I've definitely talked to students that are like, hey, I'm going to take chemistry and AP physics and an honors math class all in the same semester. Probably not a good idea is what I said. How about trying to spread it out if you can? So those of you who are on the call who are a little bit younger, try to plan yourself out so that you're not doing all those things at the same time, right? But the number one thing that schools are really looking at is, you know, what did you do with what you had? And were you able to maintain it over the course of time? If you had a hiccup, right? They want to know that too. I know that with COVID, a lot of students struggled, right? Going into the virtual world at that time was not easy for a lot of us. And if you had a blip on the radar, going into your essay and personal statement is a great place to explain that, right? At the end of the day, you want the applicant to understand you completely when they're looking at your application. You don't want them left with questions. So if you do have a blip on the radar in your transcript, that's okay. If you didn't have the opportunity to take advantage of every AP class available because you had other things in your life that you needed to take care of, like family or working or, you know, being able to help out, or you had to move, you know, essays and personal statements are great places to share that information about yourself so that they get that context of you and your life. Up next, they're looking at letters of recommendation. So not every school is going to ask for letters of recommendation, or LOR, as they might call them. So if you ever see LOR, they're referring to letters of recommendation. That's kind of the short key for it. They will let you know if they want them and who they want them from. So if you're applying to Stanford, as a great example, they're very serious about who they want things from, and they will tell you in the application that they want it from your senior English teacher, or they want it from your third year math teacher, depending on what kind of program. They'll tell you. And if they're not requiring them, that's okay too. One thing to know about letters of rec, I would recommend you ask for them early. So when you get into your senior year is when you're really going to kind of start putting all your application pieces together. Go out in the beginning of the year if you've known the teacher from before, and let them know that you'd like them to write a letter of recommendation for you, and when is a good time for you to present that, right? You don't want to wait till the last minute. You want to give the teacher or the principal or the counselor, whoever is going to write this for you, time to think about you. You know, you want to ask people that know you so that they can highlight you. That's really the purpose of letters of rec, is to get another insight into you and your experience for the colleges. And then the next thing that's really important is your extracurricular activities. So this can be lots of different things, right? Like I think sometimes we say extracurriculars and people automatically think of sports, which is great. If you are an athlete, that is an extracurricular. They especially want to know if you were like a leadership role in whatever you were doing, right? Were you a captain? Were you a co-captain? Did you start a team at your school, or did you walk on to a team that maybe it was something you'd never done before? Those are all really great things that they love to see and would explain a lot about yourself. But they also want to see, were you varied, right? Were you an athlete and on the leadership of the school? Were you an athlete and you also did chess club? Or were you not an athlete at all, but you were really into robotics and service that was an opportunity for you to do through your church, right? Those are things that make sense on your extracurriculars as well. So don't just pigeon yourself into one little area. Think of it in the broad spectrum of what you did with yourself to show that you were service oriented, or that you were, you know, really into whatever kind of program that you're applying to. That's really what they want to know. And then the last little bucket is going to kind of be the SAT or the ACT score, if applicable, right? I know that some students aren't as great at getting good grades all the time, right? So maybe an SAT or an ACT score that's strong would help you balance that out. You know, that's kind of where you want to consider it as an opportunity. If it's going to be an added value, it's going to help you showcase yourself in a better way. It's really all the colleges are looking for. Are you prepared? Do you want to be there? Are you going to be an active member of their community and give back at the end of the day? Are you going to graduate and be an alumni that they can showcase and be proud of? That's really, you know, what they're looking for when they're looking at their incoming class of freshmen. All right, so I will tell you, for those of you who are thinking about the SAT or the ACT, and the dates are coming up for you to take them if you are in your third year. That's the most popular time. Spring of your junior year is when most students will take them. The reason being for that is that you've had enough of the math most of the time by the time you get to the end of your junior year that you're going to see on these tests. Some students like to prepare earlier, and that's okay too. If you're in more advanced math and you feel ready, by all means, you can start preparing and taking them like sophomore summer if you want. What you don't want to do is wait till too late, because most of the time the October or September test dates of your senior year are going to kind of be your last chance. because you're going to get those scores back in time for most of the application deadlines for the UCs and CSUs, which is at November. So they'll usually tell you like the last date you can take these tests and get your scores in on time if you need them, will be in that fall of your senior year. And these are just the upcoming ones, but they're usually right around these same times every year. You can just Google SAT in the summer, ACT in the summer. APs are always going to happen in May, early June of your junior or senior years, depending. So just kind of planning your strategy out that way. The earlier you could take these tests so that you're not trying to take them at the same time. If the APs are something that you're doing, you're spreading it out a little bit. So you're not kind of putting yourself in that predicament of having too much on your plate at the same time. AP scores are great. Lots of schools will take them and apply them towards college credit. So if you took an AP class and you take the AP test and you get a score of, depending on the school, a 3 or a 4, most schools will let you use that as college credit. So it'll bounce you out of having to take like a lower level of science or English or math, and save you some money at the same time. Some schools will tell you they want a 5 on your AP. That's going to be schools like very highly selective, Harvard's, MIT's, Stanford, but they'll tell you. But another thing I can say too about APs is that even if you don't want to take the AP test, taking an AP class is just as valuable for your acceptance into that college, because you've shown that you were willing to try something that might have been a little bit more difficult. You put in the effort and then you got a great grade in that. So if the AP tests aren't on your radar, still taking those AP classes makes you a more competitive and valuable student when you're applying, at least. All right, and then we're towards the end here. So I just want to give you guys a comparison of 2 students, because a lot of times students, do get in or don't get into schools, and they want to know kind of why that happened or what they were up against. And as someone who has reviewed applications in the past, you're looking at a lot of students who are very similar. So if you feel like taking a test is going to make you more competitive, then do that and have that in your back pocket, right? Think of yourself as a carpenter where you're having all the tools in your belt. You might not have to use them all every time you do a job, but you should know how to use it and have it there just in case, right? So that's kind of where you would want those things to fall into play. If you feel like it's going to put you over the top, then absolutely have it, but it's not a necessity these days. And remember, college admissions is always changing. So depending on where you're at in the process, make sure you do your research. One of the things I thought that was a really good insight a student told me once is that they made like a Gmail account that was just for their college stuff. So it was like tiffany'scollege@gmail.com. So anytime they requested information from a college or got insights about deadlines or things they needed, they all went into the same little Gmail bucket, which I thought was pretty cool. And then another one that someone told me about is they made like a spreadsheet, like an Excel spreadsheet of all the colleges they were interested in, and then did like columns of the different things that they wanted, like their deadlines for the application. Did they want a letter of recommendation? Did they require a test score? And when those things needed to be done, so that you could kind of keep track of all of it, because it is a little daunting. And what I want is for you to have the most information so you can be the most prepared, because it's supposed to be fun and exciting. And one of like the most, exciting big things you're ever going to do in your life, really, applying to college and then picking where you want to go. And I want you to remember that it's supposed to be fun. So I am here to help you. Salfana and her team are here to help you. Your school counselors are here to help you. So anybody that you can ask questions of, please do. Don't feel like you have to go it alone, because it can be stressful and scary. And we're here to make it not that for you. So that's kind of the world of college admissions and tests these days. I'll stop sharing so that if anybody had any questions, you're welcome. If you have any questions and you want to put them in the chat, I think we have about 5 minutes left. If you want to jump on the mic, I don't know if that's okay, Stalfan. I don't know if everybody's muted or not.
Yeah, they are.
Oh, well then pop it in the chat. You're very welcome, Elijah. Thank you.
And they can open it up if Carolyn's on.
If you have any questions that I didn't answer, definitely let me know. I work with a lot of the high schools in the Bay Area and Southern California, as well as Oregon and Washington. So if you are students in any of those schools and you ever want to, have a free practice test at your school or a free AP test, or you want someone to come in and talk about college admissions counseling, I'm happy to do those. I do them virtually or in person. My school has an SBAC testing next week. Do they matter for college? SBAC, what is that? I'm not familiar with that one as far as college entrance. Do you know what that is, Stelfana? SBAC? That might be like a STAR testing.
No, I don't know what that is.
I don't either, but I'm going to find out now, Emmanuel.
Ask them, do they know?
I'm going to Google that now that you just said that. I'm going to find out. I'm going to say, oops.
SBAC testing next week.
Emmanuel, if you're on and you want to ask this question, unmute yourself and you can talk to Tiffany directly.
And put your photo on.
It's math. It's specifically for math. So Emmanuel, it's not going to be related to your actual college application. It's more for the school to know where you're at with math. So it's like a STAR testing or the end of the year kind of IXL testing, where they just want to touch base with the students and find out where you're at with your math. So it's more for the school to be able to assess where everybody's at and know what they need to work on to help you guys get where you need to go for college. But the colleges are not going to require that you share that score with them. That's just for your school.
Okay, anyone else has, okay, he says, okay. Anybody?
But still do your best, still do your best.
Do your best, good luck to you also. Anybody else have any questions? Tiffany, who is marvelous.
Johannes, yes, you can do practice tests, absolutely. I will give a link to Stelfana. You're an 11th grader in high school. Yeah, absolutely. I have some practice tests that are free that I can enroll you in. So I will get your email from Ms. Stelfana, and then I'll send you my contact info and I'll enroll you in a couple. I have practice AP tests, practice SAT, practice ACT that are free for you. So if you want to get some practice with them, I will take care of that for you.
Okay, all right.
There is a practice MCAT test too, absolutely.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
So let's do this. Any other questions that anybody?
AP practice exams at libraries and in books as well. Yeah, absolutely. The more practice you can get, the better. Hey, that's what I say. If you have the time, it's not going to hurt you to be prepared.
That's true.
Since the SAT is test optional, would you recommend taking it? That is a tricky question. So the way I put it is this: if you are not totally sure where you would like to go to college, it's a good idea to take the test and have it in your pocket just in case, right? Like, what I don't want is for students, sometimes they think like, oh, I can't apply to this college because it's too expensive, or I can't apply to this college because I'm not competitive, right? They automatically think they're not competitive or could afford it. But I'll tell you this, colleges are always looking for unique things, and they're looking for different things at the students that they're coming in, because they want a diverse population in their freshman class. They want people with new ideas that can add value to their school. So you never want to discount anything, right? It's not going to hurt you to be prepared and apply. So I know that's not really a straightforward answer, because I only recommend taking the test if you feel like it's an added value for you, but I don't want you to not be prepared for any opportunity that presents itself, because sometimes the schools that seem the hardest or the most costly give the best packages for students, give the best discounts, give the best grants. So I want you to be totally prepared for whatever. But at the end of the day, it is an optional thing in most places, so it will be up to you.
And I would like to say that if you are applying for a college or a university and you don't know whether you should take the SAT and you want to really try to consider that, shoot her an email. Remember to put doctors on board in the subject line. Mm-hmm. This lady gets thousands of emails, okay?
But you go to the top of my list. So.
Then you screw up. You go up, you go up. So be sure to send them. So if you got a college or university you want to apply to, and you're not sure whether or not you should take the SAT, but you need to do it early enough to make that decision about the SAT or the
Absolutely. ACT. And you don't have to report. So some of the schools won't make you report that you took the test. So if you took it and you weren't super happy with your scores, you don't even have to tell them that you did it. You know what I mean? So just know that it's your choice if it makes you a more competitive student or not, which I really think is the best thing that came out of the optional world, is it's up to you how to make yourself stand out.
Yep. Okay, so if that is all of the questions for today, Ms. Tiffany, thank you as usual.
It was a pleasure.
Full of information. We really appreciate it.
Yes,
And,
absolutely. It's super fun. I like trying to trick you
what
guys.
I'll do, why don't you do this? Carol and I are gonna close this out.
Okay.
And then what I'm gonna do is ask you to wait. I wanna talk to you about Excel files and stuff. So let me close this out, and we'll put her in a separate chat. Would you please, Carolyn?
I'll just hang out. Bye. It was nice to meet you all. Stay on so Stelphana can give you a rundown.
Okay. All right. And Carolyn can put her in a separate room.
Yeah, I'll just
thank you, my dear. Thank you. And thank you, Emerson.
It's a pleasure.
Also.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right. To close this out for today, Carolyn, do you have anything you want to add?
Just thank you for hanging in there. Thank you for your patience and your participation. We appreciate that most of all. And next week, just be prepared for more interesting topics, and be prepared to turn your cameras on so we can see your beautiful faces.
Right.
Thank you.
With that said about cameras, I don't know if these people are still on, but it's Samia Henderson, Maritza Rodriguez, Kaya Gaines. We don't have your photos for whatever reason. And Elizabeth Denson, you need to resend yours. It was too small. And then Shinlin Johnson, you need to call me because of your registration. Okay, if she's still on. They may have dropped off because they may be college. So with that said, I think we've ended the day on time. It's 2:45. Thank you all, and enjoy. And that will be the close of day one.